That's, yeah, of course. She knows when we slow down when like.
Do you know that gigs are
Hold on, rings. I'm not on camera. Oh, OPS.
There's no sound right now. The commission seems a little bit delayed. So am I, so I'm thankful for it.
Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Good morning again. Rebonjour. I take it there's a witness ready to go. Russo?
Morning, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes.
Commission Council would like to call as their next witness.
If you could introduce yourself for the record.
Yes, Jean-Simon Schernholz, Commission Council. And our next witness is Councilor Dianne Deans.
Councillor Deans, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I will affirm.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
My name is Dianne Deans, D-I-A-N-E, D-E-A-N-S.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Good morning, Councilor Deans.
Good morning.
So Councilor Deans, I understand that you're a city councillor with the City of Ottawa,
I am.
and you were chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board during kind of the events of January, February earlier this year up until February 16th, correct?
Correct.
You had an interview with Commission Council on August 16th of this year.
I did.
And I'll pull up WTS 6010. And this is a summary of your interview, correct?
Correct.
You had an opportunity to review that summary.
I have.
Do you have any corrections?
I do not.
Okay. And so we'll put that summary into evidence. Councillor Deans, I understand that the Ottawa Police Services Board, which I'll refer to as the OPSB or the board, it's a 7-member civilian oversight body for the OPS, correct?
That is correct.
And the city appoints 3 councillors to that board and one resident,
Correct.
and then the province appoints another 3 of those members.
Right.
Okay. And you were the chair of the board during the relevant period.
I was.
So I want to start by getting a sense of what was known to the board prior to the convoy's arrival. I understand that the board was regularly briefed by OPS leadership, and that you personally, as the chair, also had regular communications with OPS leadership.
That's right.
How often would you speak to Chief Slowly, for example?
Daily, sometimes multiple times a day.
I understand that from your witness summary that you were first briefed on the incoming Freedom Convoy by Chief Slowly and John Steinbeck, Executive Director of Strategy and Communications for OPS on January 24th. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And what do you recall about the information that was relayed to you during that briefing?
It was the first indication that I had that this was happening, and I hadn't been following it in the media. So it was the first time I sort of took stock that there was this convoy rolling across the country heading to the nation's capital. So it was basically, we know about this, we're working with intelligence agencies to gather information, they're coming at us, and we're preparing for them to arrive on Friday.
And was there any information provided at that time about kind of how significant the number of trucks would be or how long they intended to stay?
I don't believe, the timeline's a little fuzzy in my head, but I don't believe at that very first briefing they had that much detail. They just sort of conveyed to me that this was happening. There was a council meeting on the 26th, I had asked the mayor if we could come to council and brief council on it when we were getting more information, but he said no. So I called a meeting of the board on the 26th when there was more information shared.
Okay. And we'll get to that meeting in just a little bit. Before going to that, I'd like to go to OPS 402978. So this is a copy of a briefing by Deputy Ferguson that was, if you scroll down to the bottom, please, just a little up. Up. Okay, so this is an email from Deputy Ferguson to Kim Ayotte forwarding information that was provided to the board. So you see here, it says below is in the third line, below is the information we are sharing with our board. So if we can go down over here, perfect, thank you. And you'll see it says, the purpose of this email is to update you on a trucker convoy scheduled to arrive in Ottawa beginning Friday, January 28th. This will be a significant and extremely fluid event that could go on for a prolonged period. And this again was on January 25th. Do you remember this information being just provided to you at that time?
Mm-hmm.
And what was your understanding of significant and extremely fluid event that could go on for a prolonged period?
Well, it's interesting because, you know, I was starting to watch what was happening coming across the country. I was aware that there was large trucks. I was aware that, you know, they seemed to be picking up some steam as they rolled across the country. I was aware of this unique situation where they were gathering a lot of money through a GoFundMe site. So, you know, I understood that it was coming at us quickly and that it was different than things had, you know, we see a lot of protests in Ottawa. Everyone that lives here knows that. But this one did feel different. And, you know, it could go on for a prolonged period. I had discussed with Chief Slowly that possibility. And what I recall Chief Slowly saying to me is that he would be very surprised if they were still here on Monday.
Do you remember when he would have told you that?
Yeah, it was on the Thursday, so I guess it was this day, the 25th, because I had phoned him several times, and you know, the more I was watching this, the more concerned I was getting. And he said to me, "What are you so worried about?" And I told him just what I told you: the number of trucks, the size of those trucks, the amount of money that they have, and he said that he would be surprised if they were still here on Monday.
And based on what you just said, is it fair to say that this kind of messaging around significant and extremely fluid event that could go on for a prolonged period, you just said there's a number of protests in Ottawa. Is it fair to say that this messaging was something different than what you were used to?
Yeah, I think this is different. I mean, I think that there was a recognition that this was unique among demonstrations. I don't think we knew how unique it was going to be in the end, but I think there was, you know, just watching the whole thing unfold as it moved across the country was something that we really hadn't seen often.
We heard earlier this week from Steve Kanellakos that in the advance of the convoy's arrival, the city had received information from a local hotel association advising that protesters were booking stays of 30 days.
Hello.
And that had been forwarded to the OPS. Did the OPS ever kind of work this information into any of the briefings for the board?
No.
So did the board have any information on this at all? Were they notified?
No.
Okay, so I'd like to pull up OPB 401257. So these are the minutes of that first board meeting on January 26th. This is a public meeting. So you called this special meeting, correct?
Correct?
And during that meeting, the board was briefed by Chief Slowly and his deputies.
Yes.
And I understand this meeting was called on short notice. Why did you feel the need to call this meeting at this time?
Well, as I said, I had asked the mayor to allow us to come to council and share that information through the council process and include the board members. He didn't want to do that, so I still felt that it was important based on what I was hearing and seeing, that we provide an update to the board and that they have an opportunity to ask any questions they had.
Okay. So I'd like to go to page 2. And if we go down to the first kind of substantive paragraph here, it says, second sentence, they being the OPS, indicated that there was a coordination of intelligence between agencies, and the service noted expecting that the Freedom Convoy would arrive in Ottawa as early as Thursday and likely to remain through Sunday. I'd like to just look at another quote and then get your thoughts. So at the third paragraph, it says, operational plans in place had been informed by threat and risk assessments. The service advised that they had been in contact with demonstration protesters, organizers, and the information suggested that it would be a fluid event that could go on for an extended period. The number of people involved was not known. So were you able to these two kind of statements seem a little bit different in tone. Was any information provided that would allow you to reconcile them?
I did speak to Chief Slowly about this, and he didn't share the intelligence information with me, but he did tell me that he did not feel that anything that they were receiving through intelligence channels would lead them to believe that this was other than a protest that would come and go in a typical fashion.
And when he advised you of this, this was during a one-on-one call or during a board meeting?
During a one-on-one call.
Okay. I'd like to go to the third page and the second paragraph on that page. So it says the service noted that their priority was to maintain safety of the demonstrators, their members, and the community as a whole. The unpredictable nature of an event such as this was referenced. To what extent did the OPS brief the board on its operational plans during this first meeting?
They did not provide the board with a detailed operational plan. In fact, we never saw a detailed operational plan throughout until close to the very end. We were given assurances that there were operational plans in place to address the situation.
And here it talks about the priority being to maintain safety of the demonstrators, their members, and the community as a whole. Did the board inquire as to whether there was a plan to ensure their egress from the city at that time?
I can't recall.
Okay. And at this juncture, before the convoy arrived, did the board request that it be briefed with the OPS's operational plan?
The board was asking about the plan. I don't know that we ever asked for a detailed briefing. I know I had conversations with Chief Slowly about the plan, and my impression of what he was saying to me is that they didn't want to share too much detail, but they, you know, they were providing assurance that there was planning in place.
Would it be fair to say that at this juncture, the board wasn't asking to see that?
Yeah, I think as the protest went on, the board became more interested in a lot more of the details of the planning.
And in this passage that I read, the second paragraph, it sets out what the priorities are. To what extent did the board have an opportunity to direct the OPS as to its priorities with respect to this event?
We discussed the high-level priority, which was that, you know, we recognize the right of protesters to come to our city and protest in a peaceful way, that we recognize the volatility of this situation. We recognized that our number one goal is that there would be no serious injury or loss of life to anyone.
And so as chair of the board, did you feel that the OPS or that the board had an opportunity to provide input into those priorities ahead of the convoy's arrival?
I think we were simpatico with the service on what those high-level priorities were.
Okay. Let's go to the fifth paragraph on this page. So the one that starts with a question. Says a question was raised regarding actions that would be taken should a highway or other major route be blockaded. The service explained that there are a number of considerations when faced with unlawful activity, and that their reaction will depend on whether the blockades create a large public safety risk. It was further noted that access to certain sites would be limited and that the OPS plan had been put together to enable maximum flexibility with layers of scalable resources. Was the board briefed on whether the OPS's plan would allow or restrict access to the downtown core?
Okay, folks, so we're just a bit slovenly today.
Hey, I'm here too. Don't mind me. Good morning, everyone.
Layers of
Can you hear me, Chris?
I can hear you, Don.
Okay, so basically, just a bit slow today. You're going to see me disappear off the camera more. Sitting way too long and not moving enough. It's having an effect, so you're going to see me disappear every 30 minutes or so. We'll get right back into the testimony. This is the commissioner lawyer. I don't recall his name, and this is Dianne Deans, the Ottawa City Councilor for Southgate, and also the former chief of the Ottawa Police Services Board, the civilian organization that has the oversight of the chief's conduct for the Ottawa Police Service, but no operational authority, and they're just establishing operational facts here leading up to and during the convoy. Dianne Deans is a point of contention on the Ottawa City Council. She's got a lot of people with very different opinions about her. She's not liked by certain camps, so we'll see how this plays out and who gets thrown under the bus. Right, Chris?
Yes, exactly. I don't know if you saw yesterday, there was a statement put out by the not Ottawa Police, by the union, the Ottawa Police Members Union, and it was lambasting McKenny.
Lambasting
calling
who?
her out. Catherine McKenny.
Calling her out for what?
Well, for her rhetoric, for wanting to defund the police, for playing both sides of the coin. We'll get that video. It's up on YouTube. We'll get it at one of the breaks.
Okay,
quite a
guys, we're
video.
getting back into this.
Yeah.
And were you satisfied that if it didn't go as expected and some either remained or most remained, there was a plan in that event?
Yeah, I mean, I think the level of detail I had is that they were working with the organizers and that they believed, or they were, maybe it was hopefulness, I don't know, but I had the impression that they believed that they were going to leave.
I understand that during this meeting, the OPS advised the board that it had a staffing plan for this event. Were any resourcing concerns communicated at this juncture?
Not to the best of my recollection.
And do you know whether there were any contingency plans if resources became overwhelmed?
You know, my impression is that there's a sense at the OPS that being the nation's capital, we've seen a lot in terms of large scale events in this city. And generally speaking, there is coordination with, you know, the other policing agencies that occupy space in the city of Ottawa, and that kind of thing would continue in this. But in terms of looking for extraordinary, you know, assistance at this point, that wasn't being discussed.
I'd like to pull up OPP 401494. So this is a Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau Situational Awareness Bulletin dated January 26th. So this is the same day as this board meeting. And we'll go to the third paragraph on the left side there. So it says, once in Ottawa, Freedom Convoy 2022 organizers have stated an intent to remain at Parliament Hill until the federal government concedes to repeal all COVID-19 public health restrictions and mandates. Organizers have indicated they are planning to stage disruptions that may gridlock areas around Parliament buildings and parts of Ottawa. There is no express departure date for when participants will disperse or the action will end. And I expect that we'll be hearing this afternoon, I believe, that that Chief Slowly and some members of the OPS referred these reports from the Bureau that would contain this kind of intelligence. Were you or the board ever provided with this kind of intelligence, or even kind of a high-level summary of this type of intelligence?
No.
And this, the first board meeting on the 26th, that was a public meeting, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Chief Slowly requested that there be an in-camera portion?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that more information could have been provided had there been an in-camera portion?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I didn't know about this information, so didn't know what to ask for, but, you know, hindsight's a great thing. But in hindsight, yeah, I would have liked to have this information and would have.
Where are you, Chris?
I am in front of Library and Archives Canada. That is Tinfoil Hat Man standing stoically.
And specifically, where is this?
This is downtown Ottawa, site of the Public Order Emergency Commission.
Awesome. Awesome.
So,
okay.
I'll just, there we go. 395 Wellington. You can see all that.
Awesome.
So, they're just inside those doors there. I'm going to find a place to sit here and I'll listen in and we'll hear what they have to say.
All right.
Okay. I've got the Freedom Doggo with me.
This information was not to be shared. So maybe a lesson learned there, but that I had the impression intelligence information is kept in very close proximity to the people on a need-to-know basis, and that it's not generally shared.
So was your understanding that the board wouldn't, even in camera, wouldn't necessarily be entitled to this kind of information?
My impression is this information was not going to be shared with the board, what they were receiving intelligence. I mean, Chief Slowly was telling me things like, you know, we're not getting any messages from intelligence agencies that it's other than protests. We expect them to be gone on Monday. That's what the message I was getting.
And what led you to come to the conclusion that the board wasn't entitled to receive this kind of information?
I guess I took Chief Slowly at his word.
Had he requested for an in-camera portion that day, would you have been amenable to that?
Of course.
Okay. So I understand from your witness summary that it's during that first week that you realized that the protest was turning into something that was more prolonged. How did you reach that assessment?
Well, a lot of the protesters did leave on Sunday night, but the expectation was a lot more of them were going to go than actually vacated the parliamentary precinct. And Chief Slowly was telling me that they had negotiators, they were talking to them, they were still hopeful that they were going to clear out. And I think it was really about the Thursday that the conversations had broken down, and it appeared that there were more people coming back on that second weekend, that it really resonated with me that perhaps it was a bit of wishful thinking that they were going to be able to get this wrapped up and gone after that horrific first weekend. And then the thought of going through a second weekend with more people, wreaking havoc in our neighborhoods in the downtown core was disturbing.
Who had told you that conversations had broken down?
Chief Slowly.
And is that communications between the PLT and the protesters? Is that
Yes.
what you believe he was referring to?
Yes.
So you had this first meeting on January 26th, from January 27th through the first week and the first weekend, through the first week, the board didn't meet again until the next Saturday, February 5th, correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And why is that when you call the next meeting? Why not earlier?
So there was some conflict. I was being advised by some people that I needed to limit the number of meetings that we were calling because police resources were stretched thin. And every time I called a meeting, it took a whole lot of police resources off the street and off the front line, and that they needed to prepare for that. It's a time-consuming endeavor. So we needed to package up the questions that we had and filter them through the communications department at police to try and give as much flexibility to police to do their primary job, which was to try and shut down the occupation of our city. So I was trying to be respectful of that, but also I was in touch with Chief Slowly a lot. I was communicating with board members and with members of council as they requested. But yeah,
you're absolutely right, everyone. The love and hugs was extremely horrific on that horrific first weekend, according to Councillor Deans.
one of the things that he was doing was speaking with other experts in the field of police governance and talking about what we needed to be doing as a board. And Sandy and I were talking regularly about that because, we're finding our way in something. I'd never been through something like this before, and it was new to us. And we were very concerned. We're cognizant of what happened in Toronto with the G20. Very aware of the Borden report. I read the Borden report again through that process. And we wanted to make sure that we were doing things properly. And so Mr. Smallwood was in touch with Professor Andy Graham at Queen's University. He was in touch with Alec Mukherjee, who had been the chair of the Toronto Police Services Board. He was in touch with other experts across the country. And Sandy and I were talking frequently about this. And on the Saturday morning, we had this conversation about the depth of questioning that we as a board were doing. And I decided at that point that I needed a lot more detail about what the resource requirement was, because the board is an oversight body. It has very limited roles, but what we need, our primary mandate is to ensure adequate and effective policing in the city of Ottawa. And I wasn't feeling comfortable that we were meeting that test. And so I decided that I needed to call an emergency board meeting on that Saturday to put really a simple question to the chief. And that was, what do you need? What will it take to end this occupation of our city? And that was the purpose, that was sort of the sole purpose of that meeting, to get to the heart of the resource issue and what it would take for us to restore peace to our city.
And we'll get to that February 5th meeting in a little bit. Who is advising you not to overimpose on the police by not calling too many meetings?
Well, the police and their communications people. I listened to Serge Arpin's testimony the other day, where he noted he had also suggested to me that we not call a lot of board meetings because it was consuming resources that were needed elsewhere.
So I'd like to go to OPB 401624. So these are notes from a February 1st briefing of the board by Chief Slowly and Deputy Bell. Do you remember this briefing?
Vaguely.
There's a lot of them.
Mhm.
Was it typical for the board to receive this kind of briefing outside of regular board meetings?
At that point, yes. I mean, we were kind of finding our way in terms of not taking up too much time and making sure that we were getting the information that we felt we needed in the performance of our oversight role.
Okay. If we can just go down a little bit on the first page. Okay, the fourth bullet down says some resources have returned to GTA, but more resources retained from Peel, Hamilton, and OPP, more specific requests to OPP and RCMP. So my understanding is that whenever the OPS would receive additional resources from another police force, you were responsible for signing the memorandums of understanding.
That's correct.
Okay. And how these resources that are mentioned, and again, this is February 1st, at this stage, can you maybe just describe the numbers and how long they were generally staying for?
Yeah, it varied. There were a lot of police agencies that were offering to assist the city of Ottawa. There was Hamilton and Peel, I think Toronto, Cornwall. There were a lot, and they were coming and going. They were freeing up resources as they could, and some of them would stay for a week, some of them would stay for a number of days. We were taking what we could get because we were in need of all of the help we could get at that point. And so there were other events that would take them back. For example, the convoy decided to go to Toronto, and that, I think it was the second weekend. And so a lot of the GTA resources that had come to Ottawa got sucked back out of Ottawa to help with City of Toronto.
And in terms of the significance of the amount of officers, can you speak to that generally?
Well, we were grateful for the help that we were getting from those other policing agencies. But, you know, this was, I think, the first, and it was the fifth when I had actually really drilled down with Chief Slowly in that meeting that I called the special meeting and said, we need to know exactly what this is going to take to end this occupation of our city. And I need to see detail on that. Like, what is it? Who is it? And you need to lay that out. And I think that was a turning point.
Okay. I'm interested here when it says more specific requests to OPP and RCMP. This was, as you mentioned, prior to that board meeting on the 5th, prior to the letter that you and the mayor sent out to the province and the feds. So what kind of requests at this time were being made of the OPP and the RCMP?
Well, they were, I guess that was my issue. They were more vague in that Chief Slowly, and I can't exactly remember the timeline, you probably have it there, but Chief Slowly had made a comment that there may not be a policing solution. I can't recall what day he said that.
I believe it's the 2nd, but
the 2nd.
I'm sure we'll have that somewhere.
Okay, he had made that comment and it sort of sent a ripple through the city and the downtown core and a lot of observers of what was happening there, because it wasn't entirely understood, but it was alarming that the chief of police is saying there may not be a policing solution to this situation. And I guess what I took it to mean is that there wasn't a policing solution locally with OPS. And OPS it's a city police service. It does community policing and emergency response and a lot of other things. And certainly it involves itself in large scale events because we're the national capital and we have over time. But we hadn't seen something like this before. It was clearly different, had a different flavor. It, you know, the whole thing was not like anything anyone had seen in the city before. And I think it had become clear to Chief Slowly that we did not have the resources inside Ottawa Police, nor did we have the expertise in terms of, you know, setting out a real plan on how you're going to get this tiger by the tail inside police. We just hadn't had much experience with this. And so that's what I took from what Chief Slowly is that we're going to need a lot of help. And that's what I took him to mean from that.
You mentioned needing kind of external expertise. Is that something that Chief Slowly said to you? Or was it just your assessment?
I came to that conclusion. I can't specifically say to you, he specifically said that to me, but I got there in terms of understanding that. And maybe it was later, because once the RCMP and the OPP embedded into our command center and they had a joint command structure where they brought with them those kinds of resources, we were starting to see things coming together.
Okay. So coming back to this briefing, so I understand it as Chief Slowly is advising you and the board that more specific requests were being made to the OPP and the RCMP, correct?
Correct.
But you're not clear on exactly what those those requests were that were being made.
I think they were just saying we need help. But my issue when I called that meeting later that week on the Saturday was we needed to enunciate what that was.
Okay. Is it at this point that that the board was advised that more resources were necessary? Is this around the time,
Mhm.
first time the board was advised?
I think so.
Okay, if we can go to page 6, near the bottom of that page. Okay, so just going up just a tiny bit. Okay, so there's a question asked: if there was legal authority issued around a court order for removal, what would be the threshold for removing trucks and people, large conglomerate of people and vehicles? And then my understanding is Trish responds, indicated earlier on that we had a number of OPP commanders involved with previous occupation events. Consistently, what we are hearing, an injunction is an option on the table. Everyone we have spoken to, we are not feeling that an injunction is the best way to go. Clear indication that injunction might be the worst way to go. We will keep all options on the table and will be able to justify using or not using them. So do you know who made this statement?
I think it was Trish Ferguson.
Do you remember this discussion about an injunction at this time?
I don't remember specifically Trish answering this, but you know, I know there was a lot of discussion around an injunction.
And
There was a lot, I mean, it's interesting now you put it in front of us. There was a lot going on here. It was a whirlwind for 20 days, and it's hard to remember every single thing that every person said in order. So it's nice we have notes.
absolutely. And I'm interested in, here there's a statement that an injunction might be the worst way to go. I'm wondering if you have any insight into what that meant.
I phoned David White, who is the city solicitor, and to talk about the issue of an injunction, because it was one of the tools that occurred to me that was in the toolbox that could provide some help. And I had that conversation with David, and it went a bit like this. It was like,
Well, I'm not necessarily interested in the content of the conversation.
okay,
Yeah, there's solicitor-client privilege potentially here.
Okay.
So just tread carefully, please, council.
Absolutely.
Just for the Ottawa Coalition, I believe solicitor-client privilege has been waived already on a considerable amount of the advice from Mr. White to City Council. We do have his memo. Wouldn't this be a subject matter upon which there's already been solicitor-client waived?
Mr. Commissioner, the one memo was legal information. Mr. White deliberately did not mark the document solicitor-client privilege because he didn't intend privilege to apply. So there's been no waiver. We have been very reasonable in our redactions where Mr. White was acting as part of the city leadership team, well, not officially, but an important person providing strategic or tactical advice. We have released that. Where there's legal advice, though, there's been no waiver.
Mr. Commissioner. Okay, well, I think we're got into a bit of a dispute here, so we'll try and get it organized in a proper way. So firstly, what is being sought and are you intending to pursue this?
My intention was with the question was just to understand what was said at this meeting. My understanding is that Mr. White was not the person answering this question. So that was my intent for this particular question.
Okay, so what you're trying to understand is what was the result of that meeting?
Was what the meaning of, an injunction might be the worst way to go, which was apparently communicated in this briefing, what that meant.
What she understood from that and
exactly.
not to relate the specific statements by the lawyer.
Correct.
Is that fair? Is there any objection to that?
None, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay. Any problem with that? I see you're standing.
To my friend's positions, and based on what has been said, I'm probably going to go there in my own examination, but I would just like to point out this. I understand that the Police Service Board or Police Commission has their own legal counsel. It's not Mr. White. There's no solicitor-client relationship between this witness and Mr. White. And in my respectful submission, as a result, there's no issue with privilege. Further, if it was a personal solicitor-client relationship, if the witness would like to waive
There's
solicitor-client
Tamara.
privilege, that's her prerogative.
Okay,
Thanks, sir.
thank you. So I think, oh, sorry, yes?
I'm sorry.
You can remain seated. It's probably better for the microphones. As long as I can see you, I'm happy.
I do have a concern in my submission. Privilege, if there was privilege was waived. There is considerable documentation. There are memos from Mr. White. There is a witness statement from Mr. White, and it may be that although this witness may not go further, it may well be a subject on which there will be cross-examination, because once you open that door, you can't close the door again and say, well, I'm only going to give you this, but I won't answer that question.
Okay. I think there's a real issue around this also with respect to the testimony of the mayor. I think you talked about this subject, I believe, also. So what I'd suggest is council can discuss this. It's at this point, it's academic. I understand what you're saying about it may come up in cross. So I'd suggest council and the commission council discuss this at the break or at the lunch, because it should be discussed before the cross-examination. And certainly there has been a lot of talk about legal opinions, but I'm not going to go much farther at this point. It's a question of what the city is going to, the position the city will take. And if that could be cleared up over the break or the lunch, that would be appreciated. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Maybe then if I could just broadly answer your question. I think that the part that says there was a clear indication that an injunction might be the worst way to go, I think they were referring to the concern if they wrote an injunction in a way that it was denied by a court.
Okay, thank you. If we can go to the next page, near the bottom of that, page 7. There was a question here, can you put boundaries, protect their right to protest but limit where they can go? And the answer is very little. Do you recall who said this during this meeting?
I think it might have been Chief Slowly.
And what was your understanding of the reason that there was very little that could be done to limit access to further vehicles wanting to enter the downtown core?
There seemed to be a view that there was a charter right to allow those vehicles into that area. And also, I had taken that up with the city manager, Steve Kanalakis, in an email exchange I did with Mr. Kanalakis. And he said that there were no other places for the vehicles to go, basically. So that seemed to be their view, those sort of conflicting views, but the two that I had heard at the time why the vehicles were there.
Thank you. I'd like to go to document ONT 401120. And we'll go to the bottom of that document to provide a context, just the very bottom. So moving up from there. So this is just to kind of provide you the context. So my understanding is that on February 1st, Krista Ferraro, who's the executive director of the board, correct?
Correct.
Had a call with Lindsay Gray. And who's Lindsay Gray?
She, at the time, was the board advisor from the Solicitor General's office.
And there was a call on February 1st and about operational decisions. Were you on this call? Do you remember this?
I don't believe I was on the call.
Okay. If we can just go up to the top then of the document. So this is email from the Solicitor General's Office advisor, Lindsay Gray, to Ms. Ferraro, and it provides some
Police
citations,
seem to be
I
talking
guess,
to
from the-
tinfoil hat man there. That's a liaison officer. Huh. I wonder what this is about. Apparently they did that yesterday too, where they didn't want him standing there, or they were curious about him, or he eventually ended up leaving because they watched him until he left. But he really doesn't do anything but stand there. That's totally his right. He's on a public sidewalk. He's not obstructing anything. So this is an interesting, maybe he's just talking about the weather. I don't know. But absolutely right to be there like that, in that in that nature, quiet and respectful and not even moving. True protest happening there, or a statement being made, protected by rights and freedoms. And of course, certainly not a legal issue of any capacity. This is a demonstration of some sort from Mr. Tinfoil Hat Guy. Interesting to see the police really wants him to not be there. I mean, I assume that's kind of what I gathered. Very curious about him. He does have an empty diesel container, or it's yellow, and I think it's a 15-gallon, and it's holding a flag of Canada and a flag of Netherlands, and he's holding a Canadian flag as well. So really interesting development. This is happening right outside of the commission. You know, we have a very guaranteed freedoms. This is certainly under that category here. Let's get back to the commission, and if something's happening, I'll bring it up full screen.
Large event situation, large scale situation, and where that line between the oversight and the operations is. And I think what Morden was pointing out, and my understanding is the board cannot direct the chief in terms of operations, but the board can certainly ask questions about the plan, the details of the plan. The board can ask questions about the resource requirements, what the service needs, and the board can work to assist the service in those areas. And so, and you know, all of that with the backdrop of our mandate is to ensure the provision of adequate and effective policing. So we were in this situation trying to learn from the Morden report and make sure that we were ultimately fulfilling our oversight role.
Thank you, that's helpful. Was your understanding also that the board had a role in setting priorities and objectives in the context of a large event?
Yes, yes.
Great. Save me time. I'm not having to read a quote, so that's good. If we could just go to ONT 0001112. So this is just an email a week later. Mr. Sueda, I believe, one of the board members, I guess, had heard, if you can go right to the bottom to the first email in the chain, had heard that this engagement between Ms. Ferraro and the advisor had taken place and was asking to be briefed. Do you know why kind of the information wasn't provided to the whole board from the outset?
I would suggest to you that there was, it was just a resource issue. Our board office has an executive director and one administrative assistant, and there was an awful lot coming at that board office during this, and I think it was just a resource issue.
Okay, I'd like to go to OPB 50424. So this is on February 3rd, and it's an exchange between you and Chief Slowly. So if we could go to the first part of the exchange, keep going down to the next, yeah. So this is an email from you to the chief, and my understanding is that you are offering him support in securing additional resources. Do you recall that?
Mhm.
And then if we go up to Chief Slowly's response, he responds that the OPS is making efforts to secure additional resources from the RCMP, OPP, and municipal services, and he's encouraging the board to use their influence to do the same. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What, and it may be that you've already given me the answer, but what kind of resource requests did you understand were being made at this time?
This was for additional, mostly boots on the ground officers. Yeah.
Okay. And those were requests being made directly from the OPS to their policing counterparts at the OPP and the RCMP?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many officers were being requested at that time?
So that was the issue. They weren't providing them with, in my estimation, enough information about the resource requirement. They're just saying we need help and send what you can. And to me, that wasn't good enough. It wasn't clear enough. That's why I ultimately called that meeting on the Saturday.
And how did you know, as the requests were being made police to police, how did you come to know that that was the nature of the requests being made?
I was in constant touch with Chief Slowly. We were talking about resources every day, how many were there, how many were coming, how many were going. You know, what was possible with the resources that we had. I mean, we're getting requests from members of council, especially in the impacted areas, to send more resources. We don't have more resources. We have a police service by now that is very tired. We've had people working overtime. They've been working under very stressful conditions. They haven't had any time off. And we know that there is a real need for more assistance.
And do you know at this time, these resources, were they being requested to maintain kind of a tired police force, or was it to build up to enough capacity to take enforcement action? Do you know?
Well, in one conversation, I can't tell you the day because it's all kind of melded together in my mind, but in one conversation with the chief, I mean, he was saying the resources that we're getting now are just allowing us to do what we're doing. They're not allowing us to advance any further. And, you know, we have a whole city to police out there. It's not just the downtown, and we've pulled resources out of that as well, but, you know, it's not sustainable.
Do you know if that conversation was before your letter went out to the feds in the province?
I believe it was.
So on February 5th, as we've discussed, you call this this meeting of the board. And so what, I understand it was called on short notice. What led you to call it on an urgent basis?
It was the weekend. A lot more people had come to town. They were wreaking havoc, honking horns, having parties on Parliament Hill, you know, really
Having parties on
terrorizing
Parliament
our
Hill?
residents. And
What?
it was just going
Wreaking
on
havoc?
and on. And
Honking
I
horns?
felt at that point we're spinning our
nightmare.
wheels, and something more had to be done, something had to change. And I was getting frustrated, and we're probably going to talk about this later, but I didn't know that there were issues, you know, that the RCMP and the OPP had, because nobody told me that. But I couldn't understand why the resources weren't coming. But in my mind, we needed to enunciate exactly the resource requirement and what that was for and what it would take. I mean, we'd had the chief say publicly that there was perhaps no policing solution. I took it to mean we didn't have enough Ottawa Police. So what did we need? What would it take? What did that look like to bring it to an end? And by Saturday, I think I was just, my wit's end, honestly. I was just bombarded with constituents and calls from members of council and calls from board members and people with all kinds of suggestions on what we might be thinking of doing, from bringing in the army to everything else. And
sorry, bringing in the
I
army?
just trying to be rational about this and think we need to lay out exactly what we need, and we need to do it now. And I phoned Chief slowly and I said, I'm going to call a special board meeting and I'm going to ask you what it would take in terms of resource requirement to bring this thing to an end. And I want you to answer that question. And I mean, he was really busy. I understood that. He didn't want me to do that meeting, but I just felt it had to be done.
You could go to OPB 401264. So these are the minutes of that February 5th meeting. If we could go to page 5. So in the second paragraph, it says, although the board expressed frustration at the lack of clearly outlined plan that would result in the end of the demonstration, the service noted having articulated a framework aimed at their surge and contain strategy. So I take it at this meeting, the board was pushing to get more information on what the plan was.
Right.
And were you advised at this point that there was a plan to actually bring these events to an end?
We were advised that there were plans in place. There were pieces of plans, that they were working on. It was an evolving strategy, as I understood it. As things evolved, the plan was evolving and being worked on in sort of real time. But I was looking for more detail.
And were you provided with more detail?
The next day, the chief came back and provided more detail. He provided a list of his resource requirements and what that looked like in terms of officers and other civilians that would be useful in the overall plan.
So the next day he provided you with details on the resources that were necessary, and we'll go to that table.
Okay.
Was any further insight provided on what the operational plan was to specifically bring it to an end?
I don't remember how much information they gave us on like detailing, we're going to do this on this day and this on this day. We didn't get that level of detail until the very, very end. We were starting to see those levels of here it is. But my impression was it wasn't that well hatched at that point.
And here it says the service noted having articulated a framework aimed at their surge and contain strategy. What was your understanding of the objective of the surge and contain strategy? Was it to bring this to an end, or was it to manage the situation?
Yeah. Well, I think the ultimate goal was to bring it to an end. I know that some of their strategies were specifically targeted to specific installations. I guess they felt that it was methodical. You had to do things in a certain order and, address one issue before you addressed the next issue. And it was a resource requirement. I guess the more resources we had, the more they could move forward.
Okay. Let's go to page 3. And it's the 4th paragraph down. So it says the service had received supports from the OPP, the RCMP, multiple surrounding municipal services, however, still needed more. I take it again that you were aware of these resources coming in because you had signed MOUs?
Yes.
Um,
I mean, yes, I was aware of them coming in, but there was some creative math around how many resources were actually there and who knew they were there and on the ground, because there were 3 shifts, I believe. One time they were 10-hour shifts, they moved to 12-hour shifts. So to really get a clear understanding of how many police officers at any one time were, in active service was a bit difficult.
Okay. And at this point, again, this is on the 5th, are the resources coming in more significant?
Yeah, it's such a good question because, we were hearing that there were more resources than we were seeing. And Chief Slowly and I, not just this day, but many days, had conversations about who was there and who was saying what and what those officers were, and both from the provincial perspective. I mean, I think Sylvia Jones actually dialed back. She said they had sent 1,500 officers. They had done no such thing. But she did actually walk that back later and said, that's actually not correct. And then some of the RCMP officers weren't under the command of Ottawa Police for the purpose of this demonstration. They were doing other things. So there was some creative accounting when it came to the number of police that were available for this occupation.
And when you're saying the RCMP were attending to other things, I understand some of them were attending to federal institutions,
Yes.
Federal properties.
Correct.
Maybe it's helpful. So at this February 5th meeting, the board approved the appointment of 257 RCMP officers, which I guess would have been sworn in as special constables. So did that mean that 257 were on the ground? Like, what does that mean in practice if 257 are approved?
Well, in practice, they're not all on the ground at the same time, obviously, because you have shifts, either 2 shifts or 3 shifts a day. So, that many are approved that are available. But in the case of those 257, I believe some of those were ones that weren't under our command. So it sounded like we had 257, but we didn't. We had far less.
If we go to page 3 and the 3rd paragraph. Okay. Oh, sorry. 3rd paragraph from the bottom. So 2nd sentence, the service later, however, highlighted the need for additional legal supports in both the short and medium term, requesting assistance to find uncharted legal territory. The service referenced the criminal code as being archaic, and both the Provincial Highway Traffic Act and City of Ottawa bylaws as being limited in that they all failed to consider events such as the trucker convoy. Do you recall who said this?
I believe it was Chief Slowly.
And what did you understand this to mean?
Well, just that we didn't have the tools that we needed in terms of this specific convoy with large 18-wheel vehicles to be able to effectively address legal issues around that, because this had not perhaps ever being considered in terms of criminal code or even our own Ottawa bylaws in the past.
Did you understand it to be saying that they needed new enforcement authority to effectively end these events?
I don't know that I would say I understood it just to mean enforcement authority. I think I understood it to mean that the actual policies that were in place under those acts were insufficient to deal with this particular event.
Was there any specific type of authority that you understood they were asking for?
I honestly can't recall what those would have been now.
Let's go to page 5 at paragraph 5. A question was raised regarding whether the service's assumption that the demonstration was only going to last for the initial weekend was due to a lack of intelligence. The service noted having a large amount of intelligence from the time the convoy began its travels cross country. The intelligence indicated that there would be small groups staying into the week, but ultimately it had seemed as though the crowd would be departing. Do you know who provided this information to the board?
Most of the information the board was receiving was provided by Chief Slowly. Some of it was provided by Deputy Chief Bell, and others was provided by Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, but most of the information conveyed to the board. I mean, really, the police service and the command, senior command, was the board's really only point of information.
If we could go to OPB 401647. So these are the in-camera minutes for this same meeting. Page 2, paragraph 4. The chief reassured the board that there was a comprehensive plan. However, he could not provide all the details of what the service was doing operationally. Why was this raised during the in-camera portion of this meeting?
I think that the board was increasingly becoming concerned that there wasn't enough of a plan. And I can't specifically.
Trudeau isn't going to be speaking for quite a while, from my understanding. It's probably going to be a matter of weeks. He's probably going to be one of the last to testify, I believe, if we're going to go by the order of the witnesses in the list. And this is really dry, I recognize. So again, if you're just joining us, Tinfoil Hat Guy is currently outside of, right there. He's at the 395 Wellington, which is the Library and Archives Canada building, where the commission is happening right now. They're outside. They just had a long conversation with the police liaison there, but I'm told that it was a positive conversation. So that's good. And so that's Tinfoil Hat Guy. He's a long-time protester here in Ottawa. He's there. He was standing by himself alone in silence, not moving, doing a legal, lawful demonstration, not obstructing anything. The lady in the red coat, I don't recall her name, but I do know that she comes around from time to time. She's not a journalist, from what I know anyways. And Daisy somewhere lurking in the background there. I am broadcasting from home. As for the commentary, there's really not much to say with this whole situation right now, because there's not much being said. It's dry procedure. What I will say is that Dianne Deans saying they were thinking of bringing the army is just mind-blowing, because the thought of bringing in the army to end a demonstration on your own people, just the connotations of that, the implications, it's extraordinary and defiling even. The army is to protect the nation. It's not a police force. It's not to dismantle protests that aren't seriously maiming people, certainly, in that regard. So just an overblown, it's just like it's getting out of hand with this. People are taking themselves way too seriously. She's going on and on, misplacing this detail, misplacing that detail. We needed these resources. We didn't get those resources. There was 10-hour shifts. There were 12-hour shifts. We don't know how many police were on the ground. It's just all over the place with this thing. And I don't know. The Army comment, though, like the Army is not for enforcing the law in Canada. The Army is for defending the nation from foreign adversaries, for engaging in war conduct, for defending and maintaining our defense posture. And certainly the protest in Ottawa wasn't a threat to the magnitude of requiring a military response. There was no destruction or destruction of government property or public property to the scale that would warrant such a thing. Like people weren't crashing their trucks into the sides of buildings and stuff like that. It wasn't happening, as much as the language kind of insinuates some of that as well. It's all over the place really here. It's all over the place. And I think we're finding that there's so many layers of different bureaucracy that they just couldn't organize. They couldn't get things together. They don't really know, their head from their toes kind of thing. Everyone wanted a piece of it. Everyone wanted to know this or that. But all they really needed to know is that they needed to talk to the protesters. They just needed to, people wanted a voice. Somebody needed to talk to them. Even the city barely attempted to talk to anyone. They had the police liaison teams, sure, and they got a lot of nice people on those teams. But people wanted to be heard by their government. That's why they were in Ottawa. That's why they're protesting in the national capital. And the mayor wouldn't even grace them with his presence because he's King Watson. That's where we're at in Canadian society and where we were at. What do you think, Chris?
I just caught the end of that. Sorry, I was dealing with a couple of things here.
So how's it going down there?
It's good. It's it's quiet. It's always quiet in front here. Tinfoil hat guy is out. There he is. He comes every morning and he stands stoically at ease, and he's going to keep doing that with his jerry can. It seems that every morning, I guess, police come and just make sure his jerry can is not full of gasoline. It's just
and to be fair, that's their right.
Their
job.
Yeah, it's symbolic. It's symbolic. So that's fine. There's no problem there. You may have seen there was a police officer with a blue vest. That was a Ottawa Police Service liaison. So they were just having a chat. And actually during that time, I was chatting with the liaison that I know. He was in a park just in behind here. So we talked for about 15 minutes. Yeah, with the lovely salt and pepper hair. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we actually had a really good chat. I'll talk to you more about that after, Jonathan, or whatever. But
it could be private if you want. Like some things don't.
No, but it was a really good talk. For me, that's a big deal. Kind of, it was nice.
And you don't want to, suggest things out of context.
No, exactly. Exactly.
But let's just going crazy and saying, "Oh, we never said."
Yeah, let's just say that that's the kind of interaction that I would hope to have with Ottawa Police, particularly with the liaison, and that's exactly what it was. A good conversation. So.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I'm gonna have to jump off the feed here, John, for a little bit, at least off camera. I got to deal with a couple of things, but I'll be jumping in and out throughout today. If that's okay with you.
Okay. Well, join in whenever you can, and see you later.
Yeah, I will for sure. Yeah. Okay. I'll be back in again soon. Thanks.
The failure again, and I think our focus was on the resources that were needed and what was happening there, and a lot of information about, did they have more information? Did the Freedom Convoy people have more information about that operation than we anticipated? Did we have enough resources? But it didn't go well. That was the bottom line. And again, it came down to having a plan that we could operationalize and having the boots on the ground to make it happen.
If we go down just a little bit, you see this heading: pass or enhance existing bylaws, and then there's a number of sub-bullets, and then it says slowly to provide top 3 bylaws we should focus on. Can you maybe just explain what this discussion was about?
Yeah, There were a lot of concerns. By this time, I think there was, a growing lack of faith in the city, in the police service, and in just about everyone to get this job done. There were frustrations being spoken about how bylaw services was or was not assisting. And, I had heard issues around bylaw services giving our own citizens in those areas tickets, but failing to ticket the Freedom Convoy members. And there was just a lot of
And
frustration.
that was a social media post. That was shared on
and,
social media. That's where Councillor
So,
Deans got
we're
that
trying to
information.
practically assess, are there bylaws that we could focus on right now in real time that would be of assistance to help with the situation we're in?
And that included the possibility of passing new bylaws?
I think we could have passed new bylaws if they would be helpful, yes.
Okay. And so this final bullet, slowly to provide top 3 bylaws we should focus on, that was kind of the action item from this discussion?
Yeah.
And what was he supposed to do?
Well, just tell us what we're not doing as a municipality. I mean, this is more wearing my hat as a member of council and the mayor wearing his hat as the head of council to say, well, if there are shortcomings in our bylaws that are an impediment to progress here, then tell us what bylaws you need fixed and what that would look like, and we'll take it from there.
And was that list of 3 bylaws provided?
I don't think so.
Okay. And what was the idea here? I guess the question that comes to mind is, if there was difficulty enforcing existing bylaws, what was the reasoning here in identifying additional enforcement power under bylaws?
Well, the difficulty in enforcing bylaws was specific to some of the bylaws we were asking them to enforce. And if there were other bylaws that would be useful, I mean, I think just the exercise of passing a bylaw in the middle of this and bringing attention to it might have been helpful. And there might have been bylaws that Chief Slowly could have assisted, could have identified that were enforceable.
Okay. Then it says at the very bottom of the page there, the chief needs 1,800 officers. Is that the first time he kind of specified the number?
It was on the 6th. I think this meeting's on the 6th. It was on the 6th, yes.
Okay, so let's go to OTT 405590. So the next day, my understanding is that you and the mayor received a table from Chief Slowly setting out the resources he required and substantiating essentially that 1,800 number. You remember this?
Yes.
So let's go just down to see the table. There we go. Thank you. And so this was a response to that discussion the day prior?
Correct. Well, it was a response to the discussion the day prior and to the meeting of the board on the 5th.
Okay. And were you satisfied with the level of detail provided in this table?
Generally speaking, yes.
Did Slowly ever brief the board on how these 1,800 officers would fit into his operational plan?
No.
You weren't provided with that kind of level of detail?
I do not believe we were.
I expect that we'll hear testimony suggesting that in preparing this table and this request for 1,800, Chief Slowly instructed his officers to ask for double of what they required. Had you ever heard anything about this?
No.
And so later that day, this, I don't think I've mentioned, I think this email is dated the 7th, if we could just, thank you. So later this day, you and the mayor issued those letters to the feds and the province requesting the 1,800. Was this table ever provided to the province or the federal government? Do you know?
I do not know.
Do you know if they ever receive kind of a detailed breakdown to go along with your request?
I mean, that would be a question I think best put to Chief Slowly.
Okay.
Yeah.
We heard from Mr. Arpin the other day that the mayor was initially reluctant to send out that letter, but that the OPS had essentially told him that their requests were not being heard, and so it needed to be escalated to the political level. Does that align with your recollection?
Can you just repeat that question?
So Mr. Arpin testified that the mayor was reluctant to sign the letters to the province and to the federal government initially, but that the OPS had communicated to him that their own requests for resources, the ones we talked about earlier, were not being received, were not being heard, and so that it required escalation kind of at the political level.
Well, certainly I was aware that the chief was frustrated in being stonewalled and getting the resources he believed he needed. I was not aware that the mayor was reluctant to sign the letter.
Okay. Thank you.
Wouldn't have that been a question for the mayor yesterday?
And so you sent, and you, I mean, you and the mayor sent these letters to both the province and the federal government at essentially the same time. I expect that we'll hear that the federal government had some concerns that this request didn't follow the proper process set out in the Police Services Act, where it should have essentially, the notion being that it should have gone first to the province and then, if necessary, to the federal government. Were you made aware of those concerns at any point?
No.
Did anyone ever advise you from the federal government or the province that a different process should have been followed?
No.
You weren't advised that this would somehow delay the process or delay the response to the request?
Not to the best of my recollection.
I'd like to pull up ONT 50851. So do you recognize this letter? This is the response from Minister Jones on February 10th.
Mm-hmm.
If we could just go to the top of page 2. So it says, regarding the City of Ottawa and Ottawa Police Services Board's request for significant additional operational resources, please note that I have shared your correspondence with Ontario Provincial Police Commissioner Thomas Carrique. Commissioner Thomas Carrique and the RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucky will continue to liaise with Chief Peter Slowly to determine how policing partners can provide support based on available policing resources.
Because they're going
the
in
operational
circles on
plan
each other
proposed
here.
by the OPS. You remember reading this?
So this portion of the testimony is really dry. It's the commission lawyer interviewing the witnesses. The interesting details will come out in cross, where some of these things will be held to questioning. Like this is more of an establishment of, okay, this is exactly how it happened. We started to see the lawyers going at it a little bit this morning. I think that's one of the first interruptions during one of these style, during the commission lawyers proceedings. So maybe as time goes on, especially with the more interesting witnesses, we're going to see more of that. But anyways, let's get back into it.
To exert some political pressure on the process.
Let's pull up OPB 858. So this is a email chain with respect to your approval, this is on February 10th, your approval of 400 RCMP appointments. If we can just go down. So if you read, yeah, so that one in the middle, sorry. So you see this email from Krista Ferraro to yourself and asking you to please provide approval for the 400 officers. And if we just go up to the top of the chain, there's a response from Julia Keese. She's from your office, correct?
Correct.
And she says the chair approves this request. She has asked me to convey her concern that MOUs for new resources articulate that RCMP officers are fully embedded in the OPS and fully deployable. That was in reference to your concerns that you've previously indicated that they would be assigned to federal resources or otherwise not deployable. Is that correct?
That is correct. They were not helpful to us in this situation unless they were embedded in the OPS and deployable.
Can you briefly explain to us, I think it would be helpful if we could understand the process for swearing in these officers. So, you know, and I understand this only happens with RCMP officers, correct?
Now, yeah, you may be correct. I wasn't at any of the swearing in personally,
Okay.
but the swearing in was done by the CEO of Ottawa Police. It was done twice daily, I believe at 9 in the morning and 9 in the evening. And it was flexible, so if there was a need to do it any other time, Blair was flexible to do that.
So could we just walk through, let's say the RCMP says, we're going to give you 250 officers. What's the first thing that needs to happen?
Well, I
Do
guess
you need, is it that you need to approve it?
Yeah, so I would do the approval and then the CEO would do the swearing in. There was, I asked Blair Dunker about this, was there any delay on our end in swearing in officers? And her answer was no.
And then what happens after the swearing in?
Presumably there's some, I mean, that's an operational issue, so probably best to put to the chief, but I presume there's some sort of training that goes with, you know, being deployed under the OPS and, you know, our specific issues and then they would be deployed.
So is it fair to say your line of sight is just on the approval
Yes.
and the swearing in?
Correct.
And at what, I think the only other element is the signing of the MOUs. At what point did that occur in kind of that sequence?
It was occurring throughout. When they'd send me a pile of MOUs, I would sign them.
Okay. And do you know if that came before the swearing in?
It would come before the swearing in.
Okay, all right. And my understanding is it's necessary to swear in the RCMP officers as special constables so that they can have the authority to enforce provincial bylaws and
Right.
laws. Correct. Okay, thank you. So I think you've already said that we've heard from Mr. Artin and his communications with Mr. Jones from Minister Mendocino's office that there was a difficulty reconciling the numbers being provided by the RCMP and the numbers being provided by the OPP. You were aware of that, I take it?
I was aware through Chief Slowly that the numbers that he was actually seeing on the ground and the numbers that were being communicated were different.
Okay. And I think we missed one step in our previous discussion. I believe that the Solicitor General's office also needs to sign off on the approval of these officers. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
No. Okay. No. So you wouldn't be aware if there was any delays at that level?
No.
Okay. We heard the other day that Mr. Jones reported to Mr. Arpin that RCMP officers were assigned to Ottawa, but on standby because they hadn't been given an assignment by the OPS. Do you have any information that, are you able to confirm or deny that those kind of statements?
No. That information was not shared with me or with the board. And I was actually a little bit surprised to hear that city officials were given information in that regard that was not shared with the police oversight body.
So you were never told that that RCMP officers were assigned to OPS but on standby?
No.
Okay. So from your vantage point, where was the holdup in the deployment of these resources?
I didn't have a vantage point on where the holdup was. It just, the way it was communicated to me was more that there was confusion or, some sort of creative accounting in the actual numbers, but what was being spoken about and the reality were different, but that was as far as it went.
Okay. Mr. Jones also reported to Mr. Arpin on February 12th that there was delays in deploying officers because Chief Slowly hadn't signed off on a plan. Had you heard anything about that?
No.
By this point on February 12th, had you seen a plan?
We were, we had not seen the full plan.
So let's go to OPB 401272. These are the minutes from the February 11th public meeting. And if we could just scroll down. Okay, so right in the first paragraph, can we just expand that so it fills the screen? Chief Slowly provided opening remarks indicating that there remained sensitivity surrounding the OPS's operational plans. He noted that demonstrators were now subject to higher penalties and fines. The service was aware that more people were planning to return to Ottawa over the weekend, and they were deploying all available resources. The chief indicated that although progress was being made, the key remained resourcing. Do you know, again here, why this was raised at the very beginning of the meeting in terms of sensitivity around OPS's operational plans?
I think this was the real point of tension in the whole thing, that we needed to have a solid plan. It needed to be properly resourced, and there was this continuing tension that we weren't getting the resources that we needed. And by then, the incidents had happened in, I think, Coutts, Alberta, and the Ambassador Bridge and other places, and there appeared that the resources flowed easier to other locations than they flowed to Ottawa. So it was a point of contention.
Were you beginning to suspect at this time that there was some association between the delay and the plan?
No. And I know, because I was listening to the testimony in the last 48 hours, that city officials were made aware of that, but they did not communicate that to myself as chair of the board or to the board.
So let's go to OPB 401648. These are the in-camera minutes for the same meeting on February 11th. At the outset, it mentions that threats were received by you and your staff. Can you maybe shed some light on what that was about?
Just, I think they were similar threats to threats that other officials were receiving. They were extremely aggressive, mostly by telephone call. I forwarded the most egregious ones to the Ottawa Police Service, who followed up. They offered me security I turned it down. I didn't think I needed to take those resources. And I believed that some of the most egregious ones, which were, threats of murder, and they were ugly. Some of them weren't even coming from inside the country. So, but one of my assistants, a young woman that works for me and was the person on the front line because she answered the phone, was very, very upset by some of the messages that we received. And I ended up giving her some time off work because she was so triggered by it.
And do you recall these threats? Was there any information provided in them that would associate them with, your response to the convoy or something like that?
Yeah, there were a number of them. And they were definitely linked to the occupation of the city and comments that I had made publicly that they took exception to.
Thank you. Let's go to page, I guess the bottom of this page. Okay. So a question was raised regarding resource supports received from the OPP and RCMP. They had 60 OPP officers and 40 RCMP at that time and had since Monday. That was the total additional officers received or provided. Was this aligning with the number of officers that had been committed by the province and the federal government?
It's a tough question because what they were talking about and publicly was, that they would send more than this. But the commitments that were being made at the police to police level, I couldn't answer that.
And do I understand this correctly that there had effectively been no change in the number of resources between February 7th when you made your request and Friday, February 11th?
I believe that is the case.
And again, these numbers were reported to you via Chief Slowly. You weren't seeing these numbers directly.
Right. As I said, almost all the information the board was receiving was through that sole channel.
Do you remember during this meeting a conversation about a possible request to invoke the, to ask for the use of the National Defense Act?
I know there were starting to be conversations about what tools would be available to assist. I can't recall any details. I know I was actually receiving calls from lawyers who were also my constituents suggesting that we needed to ask for enactment of special, help, whatever that would look like, because this was not being resolved and the anxiety was just growing and the public concern was growing. And it wasn't about people's freedom to protest. It was about the occupation of our city and the disruption of people's daily lives.
Let's go to the top of page 4. It was noted that at the time of the convoy's arrival, there was no intelligence that suggested the demonstration would turn into the occupation that it had become. You remember that?
Yes.
And who made that statement? Do you recall?
I don't know who made that statement.
There's just so much. This is unbelievably dry. She sounds nervous overall, But the commission's questions is always really dry. Thanks for sitting through this. They're establishing timelines and stuff, but it tends to go on with the witnesses for 2 to 3 hours when the commission gets their questioning, and then the good questions take 5 or 10 minutes. I think we're on break, actually. I'll be right back.
Recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
We'll be back at 11:45 with the commission. I'm going to come on shortly. We're going to talk about some things. Actually, you know what? We'll open up the phone lines. Let's do that. Let's open up the phone lines. Because it's been really boring. But I want to know, what is your thought? What are you guys thinking about what's going on? So we're going to, give me a moment, as they would say. Let me go here. Let me go this. Let me go here. We actually do have a phone line. You can call in and talk if you'd like. So 1 second here. Start a meeting. Miss a meeting. And let's see if the code is the same here. One second, everyone. Just working on something here. Seeing if we can do something here. I think that the code would have changed by now, because I made a PNG for this, but I think it's different. 177. Yeah, the number's even different too. That's not good. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. 1 second, everyone. So I'll put this here, put that here, put this here, that here. Just moving things around, everybody. Okay. One second. Okay, so if you type that in right now, you can join on the call, and I'll talk to you for a bit while we're waiting for the commission to restart. We can talk about anything, anything that's happened so far. You can go ahead and come on in, no issues, and see how it's going. I'll keep it open next time so it's faster. Still working out the kinks of this thing. Really getting a lot done really fast. The way that it's going. Like it's the amount of improvements we're making day to day is really cool. Chris will be rejoining us later. He's just taking care of personal issues. One moment, please. So feel free to call that and join in the call here. That should do it. Something has come up here, guys. I gotta just go off the air for a bit. Sorry about that. We're just gonna cut this portion short. Sorry, one moment. I'll be right back.
Freedom George, coming through. Stand by, Freedom.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
walk
man.
and talk, man. It's unreal.
Yeah.
So like after all those conversations too, and I take photographs out here and there, you know, like of jets mainly, but I've been taking video just every day. I've been here for 8 days.
Yeah.
And the first few days were pretty wild, like I was getting my bearings, and then, but since then, I mean, I spend my day by a fire talking to the people. I spent a lot of time at the National War Memorial too, talking to vets, and there was a guy that stayed there, man. He came after the desecration, we'll call it. Wasn't any desecration. You know, a few people didn't know better or got a little rowdy and they climbed where they shouldn't have type of thing. But
Yeah.
the next day, man, some vet showed up, and a guy showed up with his rucksack and a prayer mat, and he stayed for 60 hours straight.
Wow.
Sitting outside just talking to people, and the salt of the earth guy, man, like eyes on you and a soul like you wouldn't believe.
Wow.
It was unreal.
Wow.
And today, you know, same thing. Today was a lot of energy here, like so many people. And I got home, and I was just, I got home, you almost cry. Like it's good emotion, but it's a lot of emotion.
It is good emotion.
And you hear a lot of stories.
I think we are healing together.
Yeah, it is. It really is healing.
Environment,
yeah,
right?
it's healing. And you know, like I've talked to more men about going home and crying.
Yes.
Like, you know, like they're just, it's not sad.
People literally hugging each other and
Yeah.
crying. Man.
Yeah.
I
It's-
haven't seen this thing before.
No, and people
I got so many hugs today. I didn't even get those hugs through my entire life.
Yeah, I know.
And
it's unreal.
Genuine hugs, you know,
Yeah,
genuine.
from men, women, children, everybody's hugging.
Everybody's hugging each
Yeah.
other, and they don't
Nobody
even know
gives a
each
crap
other.
about race, about sex, about
Four guys were hugging each other. We're together.
Yeah.
They're like, look at us. We don't even know each other.
Exactly. Well, this morning, man, you won't believe. Okay, so I don't know if you know all of the, like some of the history in Quebec.
Uh-huh.
I was younger, Quebec tried to separate from Canada.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it was a big deal. There was a referendum, and I mean, it was this close. And I met a guy having breakfast this morning at 8 o'clock or so. It was like minus 25, man. I had tears frozen onto my face. We're standing in line, and it was a Quebec guy, a guy from Quebec. And he turns to me and he just says, good thing, I just turned on my camera. Let me turn on my camera, thank goodness. He says he's been a separatist his entire life. And then he turns and he says, you know what, now you're my brother.
Wow.
I love you, I love Canada, and I'm proud to be Canadian.
Wow, that's
and
Quebec guy, Quebec guy.
Yeah, and he's a separatist his whole life. His
Yes.
entire life.
Yes.
Until now.
Miracles are happening every second.
Yeah,
here.
that's a miracle. That's what that is. And we hugged and then we broke bread.
Wow.
You know, like...
Yes, yes. This is unconditional love is going on.
You know, it's the same. I joke with everybody, but like I tell people, I've never hugged so many Quebecers, or Maple Leaf fans, Montreal fans.
This is my former year drive.
Right on. Well,
Thank
I'm just
you,
up the
man.
road, but
Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm so glad I met
Nothing
you.
is coincidence here.
No, exactly. Anywhere.
We meant to be here and we meant to meet each
I
other.
know. It's like I don't feel like I could be any
This
other
is the
place in the
same
world.
conversation
Everything's aligned.
It's aligned.
Yeah,
It is.
I
Thank
feel
you,
it,
brother.
man. I feel it.
Thank
I
you so
take
much.
it, you know, like
All
we
right.
all have our own things, but
Yeah, all right.
yeah. God
Take
bless
care,
you, man.
Let me give you a hug, man.
Yeah. That was moving stuff. Oh, here I am. Hello. Mr. Smoothie, are you there? I'm on the move.
Yeah, I was just taking care of some stuff here.
As was I. That was nice video you had on there.
ETA to studio for you?
A little while, a little bit. Just leave it there. I was at the commission. I just heading out from there, but we got a few things to take care of. But I will be around, kind of. I'm in the mobile studio today.
Okay.
I rescheduled my noon commitment, so that won't be taking me away at least today.
It's a little difficult. Okay. So you can talk to people. I have to go for a couple of minutes, but I'll be back very shortly.
How long is this? How long are we on break here?
The break's going to last another 3 minutes or so.
Oh, okay, so not long. Hello, everyone. Okay, I'll check for that message, Ashley. Maybe I could probably play some videos here. I don't remember how this works. Just give me a minute. What do we want to watch here? Oh, here's this is from yesterday's testimony, but this is a pretty good gem that Andrew Lawton of True North put together.
Mayor Watson, let me just ask you, you told us earlier today, where evidence came out that these protesters, they were nasty, they were hateful, and they were vulgar. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said that you saw, or you said that they had ripped masks off of people.
Yes.
Did you actually see that?
No, I saw it reported in the media.
Okay. And I think you also said that certain people were attacked. Is that right?
I didn't say that, no. I said that I had death threats, but I wasn't physically attacked.
No, I didn't say that you were attacked, but you said that these protesters were attacking people. Did you not say that?
No. They were disrupting people's lives, that's for sure, and they refused on at least 3 occasions that I'm aware of that they refused to adhere to the provincial mandate of wearing a mask when going into a shop or a restaurant.
So you're not aware of any incidents of physical violence from the protesters?
Well, you'd have to ask the police. I know they arrested a couple hundred people and charged a couple hundred people. I don't know what the charges were, so I'm not privy to that information.
According to your knowledge? You don't know of any?
So I don't know any.
Of any physical attacks?
Not to my own personal knowledge, no.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
There you go. That was Mayor Jim Watson yesterday admitting that to his knowledge, there were no assaults. No assaults by convoy
convoy participants or protesters. So he tried to dodge the question there a little bit at the end, but the truth came out.
The traffic light.
Oh, they're moving the trucks from down the street right into downtown core here. It's beautiful. The guys here. Look at that. Here. And then this flag grabbing a coffee. It's a bet down from where?
Regina, Saskatchewan.
All the way down from Regina. Just got down, eh?
No, well, we left Wednesday, so
Yeah.
36 hours.
Yeah.
I came here with a gal that I'd never met. That I met from a guy that I haven't seen in 10 years. And we drove 36 hours straight, starting Wednesday, got here on Friday. And we're going to be here till Wednesday, and more people are coming. So
Right on. Well, it's nice to see more of that coming down. It's awesome.
keep doing your best. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, same with you, man. Thanks so much for your service. Hey, God bless you. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, got time for one more, I guess.
Warming up here by the fire. Nice. So you found everything okay so far down here?
Yeah, everything's great. I was born and raised in Ottawa. I live about 2 hours from here now, but I come down every day, and this is my city. And
You've been down to the memorial?
Oh yeah, I've been down to the memorial.
How'd you find it there?
No, clean,
Perfect.
pristine, good to go. I even put out a YouTube video of me.
Yeah, good.
Putting out my.
That was kind of the reason I came down here the other day too, was to the Terry Fox thing there.
Right.
I mean, some of the conversations I've had down there are the best things I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bringing me to tears almost.
Yeah, it's been nothing but peace and love and support, and it's amazing, man. And,
Perfect.
You know, anger is not sustainable.
Yeah,
but love is.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your service.
Cheers. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Sure.
Looks like we're getting ready to reconvene. That was Warrant Officer, Royal Canadian Engineer, Warrant Officer Alex Cabana, retired. He's a great guy. I met him a number of times too after the convoys cleared out on the hill and when B4F was kind of getting going and whatnot. So he's an awesome guy. Looks like the excitement's about to begin again. What do we got going on?
Order, Adlot.
Oh, there we go.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to go back to the minutes of the February 11th meeting that we were looking at. And if we could just expand that. So I just want to ask again about the this last paragraph. The board expressed concern that it did not seem as though the service was being provided with the resources required. A question was raised regarding whether the service would be in favor of a number of councillors asking the mayor to request the Attorney General's support through the National Defence Act. Do you remember, here it's whether the service would be in favor. Do you remember what how that discussion went? Were they in favor of that?
I don't remember. I don't think I can comment on it because I don't think I have a clear enough recollection.
Okay. Fair to say the request was never made?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's go to OTT 1055. This is a text you had with Blair Dunker, who's the CAO of OPS, correct?
Correct.
This is on February 12th, and let's just go to the first page. Oh, sorry, back to the top. The first text exchange there. Down, down, down. Okay. So you say, how many RCMP officers have been sworn in since the start of the demonstration? Are any pending? If we scroll down, Blair responds, 421 RCMP officers are on the list provided to OPS. Of those, 306 are sworn in. There is no delay in swearing in. RCMP asks for 2 swearing in times when shifts change, 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. from the time we get the name from the RCMP to getting it approved by the ministry. And sworn in, it's within a day or less. We are very flexible. It's important to note that this does not mean the officers sworn in are deployed, and it doesn't mean the ones on the list that are not yet sworn in have arrived. So do you know who was deciding whether or not to deploy an RCMP officer that had been sworn in? Was it OPS or the RCMP? Do you know?
I believe it would be OPS. When they come under our command, it would be OPS that would make those deployment decisions.
And when she say it doesn't mean the ones on the list that are not yet sworn in have arrived. So is my understanding correct that they would first have to arrive in Ottawa and then they would be sworn in by Ms. Dunker?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked Ms. Dunker to provide you with a table of daily deployments, correct?
Yes.
So let's look at OPB 401014. This is a copy, you can confirm for me, but I believe this is a copy of the table you were provided by Ms. Dunker.
Yes.
So if we can try to fit the table on, there we go, thank you. And so you've seen this table?
Yes.
I believe it was provided to you the next day on the 13th.
Yep.
Can you describe what it shows?
You'll have to give me a minute. I mean, large scale, it shows the number of deployments, I believe by shift, and it shows the officers from each municipality, Durham, London, Peel, York, that were here, the numbers from OPP that were here, RCMP, and then other municipal services.
And do you know whether, and maybe we just scroll up a bit so we can see the title of the chart. Do you know, is this showing officers that were deployable or officers that had actually been deployed?
I believe these are officers that have been deployed.
Okay. And what was your impression the first time you looked at this table?
Don't know if I was terribly impressed one way or the other with it. I mean, it was just it's a chart, it's information, it's showing that we have a pretty specific understanding of who's here on shifts and where they're from.
Okay. Would you, so if we can, if I look on the big screen, it's okay. So would you agree that there seems to be some increase, rather significant increase in the RCMP and OPP numbers on the very last day on the 12th?
Yes.
And do you know why that was?
Well, this was getting closer to the end, and the log jam seemed to be breaking. And at the time, my understanding is because the command center had integrated RCMP and OPP into the command. And once they were integrated in the command center and started having more of a senior role in terms of decision-making, they were freeing up more resources.
Okay. And do you know if this trend continued over the rest of your term, kind of 13, 14, 15, 16?
It's a short term. Yes, I believe it did.
Okay. Do you know how many resources were available to OPS when you were removed on the 16th?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I do know that when the ultimate climax occurred, that the number of resources deployed were very similar to the number that Chief Slowly had weeks before told us that he needed.
Okay. Let's go to OPS 3011610. We can go down. Okay, so it's the second email there, an email from Jessica Bradley, again from your office, to John Steinbach's. Who is John?
John, he's the communications director for Ottawa Police.
Okay. And so you say, I recognize that this was not part of the initial request for the in-camera briefing, but the chair and the board have been asking Chief Slowly to provide an overview of the plan to end this occupation. Specifically, the chair would like to know the methodology behind the request for 1,800 additional resources and how they will be deployed. We recognize that some information with respect to the plan will be confidential and cannot be shared. However, as an oversight body, the board should be apprised of the general priorities and objectives of the plan. The chair would like to be able to put out a statement similar to the one Toronto put out last weekend. And then if we go down, you say I've highlighted the relevant section.
I'm shopping for more hats to wear because this one's really lopsided. Look at it. Like it's got this. I just need more hats of this nature. So if you know any good hats, maybe let me know. I'm gonna get more hats. Let's get back to this. It's 1 hour until lunch. Lunch is usually at 1 p.m. And then maybe we'll actually get some questions that mean something here instead of this.
And was your, and so why did you make this request?
I was a little frustrated that Toronto City Council seemed to get more, or Toronto Police Board seemed to get more information from their senior command than we got from ours. And we had been asking. And so I just got to the point where I want the whole thing laid out.
So when you read this, what led you to conclude that they were getting more than you had?
Well, the line that you just read to us, the board members were briefed on the details of the operational plan, including the priorities and objectives for the operation and had opportunities to ask the chief to and obtain more information. I mean, I never felt that we were briefed on all of the details of the operational plan. I mean, even there was one day, sort of melding together in my mind, but there was one day when there was an intention to go in with an operation to take out the installation at the corner of Rideau and Sussex. And
so there's another mention of Rideau and Sussex and Fada, I assume. So this is a Fafada, however you say them. But the Rideau Sussex, that's a narrative. This has been mentioned multiple times.
At that point, I just felt like we weren't getting the whole story. We weren't getting enough information. I just felt the board, as the oversight body, needed to understand more about the operation. So I was pushing harder. I was, from the beginning to where we are now, 2.5 weeks in or whatever it is, and maybe my patience is running a little thin, but I wanted more information about what was happening, what we needed to do, and how this was going to end.
So the Toronto Police Services Board has actually provided us with an institutional report, and that's TPB.IR.701. I won't take you to specific passages, but they relay that in applying the lessons from Morden, they had integrated a board representative into that there was one sitting at the executive management table for the event. One was invited to attend the services executive command center, and that this allowed ongoing board access to operational briefings and updates in real time. Was anything similar offered to the Ottawa board?
No.
And do you know why that was felt not to be possible?
No, I didn't know it was possible. I mean, I hadn't been around that long. I was in my first term as chair of the board, and so I mean, this was a bit of a learning curve for me too.
So you were requesting a greater, more insight into what the plan was. Yes. And what the operational plan was, and you were not receiving it, correct?
I'm getting little snippets, but we weren't getting a whole plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did the board push back? Presumably when it was not getting what it was asking, how does the board push back?
Well, I think you can sort of see it in the flow of information and in just the information you put up here this morning, that it was getting like, okay, now I want it. I want the number. I want the resource requirement. I want the plan. I want to see the details. And it was like that. I think it was growing as we went along, that we were realizing we weren't getting information. And I have to say, through this commission, I've realized there was a lot more information the board was not privy to that the city was. It was very frustrating.
And did the board ever formally direct Chief Slowly to produce additional information? My understanding is under the Police Services Act, there is authority to direct the chief. Was any kind of formal direction ever issued in that respect?
I would have to look back at the motions that we did. I know we certainly were asking for it. Were we directing it through motion? I'm not sure.
Was it, did you understand that would be that would be an option?
I mean, we were working together. This was a tough situation. It wasn't, it wasn't that we wanted to create any more angst for the chief than he was already under. We're just trying to assist him in bringing about an end to this and be as useful as possible and ensure that as the oversight body, we were doing our job. So it wasn't a relationship that I would describe as we're going to tell you what to do because you're not doing it. I mean, it was more conversational. It was like, we're all working together here and we need to get this done.
In your witness statement, you say that when you requested to see the plan, you would receive wiggle words. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, I think just what I've been describing here this morning, that we'd see parts of a plan, we'd hear little bits about, there's going to be some form of an operation, but, I recall at one point Chief Slowly telling me that he couldn't share the details because, obviously the element of surprise is important in these operations. And if you start sharing the details, this city has a way of that not becoming a secret for very long. So, I mean, at one level, I kind of accepted that because I know that to be true. But on the other hand, I just felt that we needed more.
Can we go to OPB 401646? So these are text messages between yourself and Amanda Galbraith. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. February 12th. If we can just go down to February 12th at 10:59 a.m. So who is Miss Galbraith?
She's a principal at Navigator, which is a crisis communications firm that the Ottawa Police Service uses to assist in communications in lieu of having a communications department, a full-blown communications department at OPS.
And so she was advising you on communication matters.
She was advising the service, but I was also speaking to her.
Okay. And so here, February 12th at 10:59, these are texts again between yourself and Ms. Galbraith. You say, I wish I thought there was a plan. Yeah, I hear you. Ignorance on operational matters, while appropriate, only provides so much comfort. And you respond, not much at all. Joanne Cianello from CBC sent me a message last night and asked if I think there is a plan. I didn't respond. I think we've already talked about you not being satisfied with the disclosure of the plan to this point. Had you concluded by this date that there was a possibility that there wasn't yet a plan on how to bring an end to the occupation?
I knew there.
I find these witnesses amusing because they go on and on about the logistical barriers to their operations, the bureaucratic layers, and how much of a quagmire their entire operations are on a day-to-day business. But what they don't talk about is why the Freedom Convoy happened in the first place, why millions of Canadians were so othered and so alienated by their government that they felt necessary to send millions of dollars to support the tens of thousands of Canadians who made their way to Ottawa, the hundreds of thousands even. And that's the fundamental root of all of this, is that they don't really care about the millions of people who suffered because they don't agree with them. It's about their inconvenience. It's about their police's inability to squash it, but they're not talking about the fundamental root cause, which is that the government othered them. The government called them names. The government made businesses take everything they had from them at risk of fine or penalty. And it was ridiculous. And everything to the contrary was censored, and nobody had a voice. So people went to Ottawa, and other people gave them millions of dollars to do it. And still, they're so thick with their rose color, their whatever color glasses they have, that they refuse to see it, and they refuse to acknowledge the root cause of all of this, which is terrifying. That still they can't get out of their own circle enough to understand how much they have hurt other people and what they're actually doing here.
And we needed to see this through. And it was not my goal to add to his anxiety level. It was my goal to support him and to support the service and to assist them to get the resources they need to get this job done.
Do you know, during the relevant period, did the board issue any formal directions to Chief Slowly?
I would have to check through the minutes. I just can't recall offhand what the motions that we did were.
And did the board adopt any policies during that time?
Pertaining to the Freedom Convoy?
Yes.
Not that I specifically recall.
So I just want to get your understanding here of kind of the tools available to you in the exercise of that oversight function. If you were to have directed the chief to provide additional information and that was not done, were there any tools available to you to enforce that request to the best of your knowledge?
Well, we are the employer for the Ottawa Police Service, and we are Chief Slowly's employer. So to the extent that we have an employee-employer relationship, there are tools available. Some of them are hammers. I mean, one is suspension. I mean, I don't think that's a big hammer in the middle of a crisis. So, you know, the tools that are available in my mind, it wasn't about that. I wasn't focused on that so much as I was focused on working together. My view, we needed to be in the same boat. We needed to be rowing in the same direction. We didn't need to be infighting or fighting amongst ourselves or, calling each other out. We needed to be working collaboratively every step of the way at all levels to bring this thing to a peaceful end. And I still believe that to this day. I mean, one of the issues I think at play here is that it was new. It wasn't like the G20. We didn't have a lot of preparation time to really get our ducks in a row, but we didn't work as smoothly together. It wasn't a well-oiled machine, and there were a lot of people, in my estimation, working at cross purposes here. And everybody, with the best of intentions, let's assume, but not necessarily working at their very best. And when people aren't working together, I don't think you get the best result, and I think that's what we saw.
Were you aware that OPS had arranged for an in-camera briefing by the OPP on February 15th that would include a briefing on some of the intelligence that had been provided to it?
I believe I was aware of that.
Okay. Had you requested that kind of a briefing? How did that come about?
Yeah, it's so hard to remember the details of, who asked for what, when, but I can't tell you how it came about, but I believe I was aware of it.
Do you know why that kind of briefing was not provided earlier?
With the OPP?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a clear recollection of when they were fully embedded and taking they took more of a leadership role coming near the end, which I think was very helpful. But I think it was at that point when they started providing this kind of information.
And I understand that briefing was canceled, was put off because of Chief Slowly's resignation that same day, correct?
Yeah, yes, that's right.
Did you ever have any briefings with OPP or RCMP?
Well, it was scheduled, I think, for the next day or day after, but then I was gone, so I never saw it.
A lot changed in those few days.
Yeah.
Let's go to ONT 401116. So this is a PowerPoint that the OPSB prepared for the February 15th meeting. That's my understanding. Have you ever seen this document?
I saw it in the documents that were provided in the run-up to this hearing, yes.
Previously, had you seen it?
I don't think so.
Okay. Is it possible that it was also part of that kind of canceled briefing on the 15th?
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. Thank you. Could you please tell us how Chief Slowly's resignation on the 15th came about?
Yeah. So as I was describing to you a little while ago, there was increasing anxiety in this community at all levels, and a lot of the concern was aimed at Chief Slowly. And, I told you I was doing wellness checks with him. I was, checking, make sure he was okay, because he's a human being and he was under intense stress. And I felt that was important to do. And I'd had a conversation with him the week previous, and I had made.
So Peter Slowly, getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to do what he did, gets, wellness checks, but the people locked in their house and tyrannized by the government get called racist and misogynists and othered. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, the fracturing in our society and how oblivious, willfully or not, that they are to it. It's malicious. It's incompetent. It's society splitting. There needs to be some sort of remedy There needs to be some sort of acknowledgement of the pain, and they need to stop just running in bureaucratic circles and actually address the root causes of all of these things.
There was a lot going on. And one of the things that was going on, and you heard it in some of the testimony from the witnesses that came before me, is that members of council were considering a motion to ask Chief Slowly for his resignation in a public forum. I was very opposed to that. That one, it's not City Council's job. And I know they were under intense pressure too, and they wanted to look like they were doing something, but they were not members of the Police Services Board. Chief Slowly was not their employee, and it was not their job. It was also, in my mind, constructive dismissal. To ask a public official like that in the heat of a crisis for his resignation is tantamount, in my mind, to constructive dismissal. And you know, if I can take a moment to explain the sort of culture that exists at City Hall, the mayor has a group of councillors that are very supportive of his agenda, and generally speaking, will deliver to him any vote on any issue at any time. And so, and that's a reality. And I know that no motion of that magnitude would ever see its way onto the floor of council without the mayor's consent. And so when I got wind that this was being contemplated, I started asking the mayor's staff if this motion was coming, because I was very concerned about it. I didn't share it with Chief Slowly. I thought he had enough stress, frankly. And if it was never going to see the light of day on the council floor, I wasn't going to tell him about it because he didn't need that stress. But if it was going to see the light of day on the council floor, then I felt that I needed to let him know. So there was that happening. And then there was what I would describe as some sort of insurrection from within that was happening. And there...
all of the loaded language, insurrection from within, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now they're saying that there was an insurrection from within of City Council. Do you see, chat, how loose and free they use these serious words? Insurrection inside of council concerning a motion to ask someone to resign. So when they use language so serious, so freely like that, remember that and take everything they say with a grain of salt and perspective.
Can file inside police. And so in the midst of a big crisis like this, it all comes to a head. That's what happens. Crisis sort of beget crisis. And I don't think he had enough support from within. And then I was contacted by, I believe his name is Stephen Hoff, producer at CBC. And he told me that there was a story coming out about Chief Slowly and his behavior inside police. And he offered to share with me the highlights of that story, and they were extremely damning. And they were also disturbing in that, I mean, we at Ottawa Police, and the board is the employer of Ottawa Police. And, you know, we have spent a lot of time on the issues around workplace sexual harassment and violence. And, you know, I really take seriously the notion of having a positive working environment. And so these kinds of serious accusations against our chief, I mean, if I describe them to you in broad strokes, it's like he's yelling at people, he's sort of tyrannical dictator. I mean, I might be overstating it slightly, but not too much. I mean, it was that kind of accusations that clearly came from within the service. And Chief Slowly had been intimating to me that there was infighting occurring inside Ottawa Police. I didn't ask him for a lot of detail on that, nor did he share a lot of detail. He did tell me that Deputy Chief Patricia Ferguson had gotten caught caught up with some of the wrong elements in that, and he had to send her home for a number of days, which was in the middle of a crisis, so obviously extremely worrisome. He had told me that the incident commander had changed more than once during this crisis. And so there was obviously this other problem that we had that inside Ottawa Police, probably not well known to the public, but inside Ottawa Police, there's a bit of an insurrection going on. And there
Stop
seems to be—
using that word. Language matters. People had disagreements. People made accusations. That's not insurrection. And why is the CBC the one telling Dianne Deans this? Why is it the CBC telling her all of this? Telling her about the things happening inside of the Ottawa Police, telling her that there's an insurrection, that Peter Slowly is going around the OPS yelling at people and, quote, acting like a dictator. This whole thing is cartoonish. Our government bureaucracy is a mess. And it's a perfect example of why the government, at all cost, needs to become smaller. Because it's, by definition, inefficient. And you get people calling disagreements insurrections. That clicks break sides, and the CBC is informing the civilian head of the Ottawa Police Service about things happening in the service. It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling.
That to me, that, that he's the chief of police. He's put his heart and soul into this operation. He's worked very hard. We're getting close to bringing this thing to an end. He had every intention of seeing it through to the end, and that he wasn't going anywhere. And I said, okay, fine, Chief. I just wanted to check with you because, it's going to be a little bit of a rough ride. And I just left him with saying, if you sleep on it and change your mind, let me know. And the next morning, I think it was about 8:30 in the morning, he called me and he said, I want to leave.
Thank you. Did anyone reach out to you ahead of his resignation to suggest that you should put pressure on him to resign or anything like that?
No, I mean, I heard all the talk about, my council colleagues wanting to push him out and interfere in all of that, but no, not directly.
I understand, and from your witness statement, that the board had some conversations about his leadership. Did it consider whether it had the authority to remove him?
Yes, because in light of the CBC story, the board felt that we needed to understand our options and expectations that would be upon us and what would be the right thing for the board to do. And so yes.
And you concluded that you did not have that authority as the board?
We concluded we did not have the authority to remove the chief. We did conclude that we had the authority to suspend the chief.
And is it fair to say that the concerns that the board discussed about his leadership were related to what you previously have talked about in terms of infighting and those kind of issues?
Yes, and yes, it was related to the allegations that CBC were going to run with.
Thank you. Did your personal interactions with Chief Slowly give rise to any concerns about his leadership?
My personal interactions or my interactions as the chair of the board?
As the chair of the board, yes, sorry.
There were some occasions, there had been two issues raised about Chief Slowly's performance that the board had referred to the OCPC. for follow-up. Neither one of those, I believe, have been dealt with. One was an anonymous complaint, and one was a complaint from an inspector at Ottawa Police.
And I guess what I meant by my question is, in your own interactions with him, in your role, did you have any, did anything arise from those communications that gave you concerns?
I mean, Chief Slowly is a very passionate person. Chief Slowly was under intense pressure, and I saw the emotion in him, and I know that he could get very excited. And when I spoke to him about, some of the
Quickly, somebody play the Martin Zavon song, Excitable Boy. Excitable boy, they all said.
but I think he also, his defense was very stressful at all levels.
And coming back to the plan to end the protests in Ottawa, did the board ever lose faith in his ability to accomplish that task?
The board never stated that they had lost faith in Chief Slowly. I do not believe the board had lost faith in Chief Slowly. As the chair of the board, I publicly stated my support for him. I did it willingly. I did support the chief. I did not agree with my council colleagues interfering. I understood that there were a lot of questions that were being raised, and I believed that there would be time after this incident had ended for a post-mortem where we could, consider all of what had happened and hopefully learn some lessons from it and make some determinations if any changes had to be made. But in the midst of this crisis, in my opinion, it was not the time to be questioning the actions of our chief.
Turning to the February 15th meeting, once the announcement was made that he had resigned, but then there was a briefing from OPS. Would you agree that during that meeting, it was clear to the board that the OPS, the wheels were in motion to now bring this to an end? Can you maybe describe that?
It was clear that things were improving. I could not tell you that I understood how imminent the end was.
Do you know what led to this change in tone?
I've contemplated that so many times since this. I really feel that integrating the OPP and the RCMP into the command center and giving them more of a role in developing a plan was important, because I don't think OPS really had the skill set inside OPS to really build a plan like that. I just don't think they had the experience. So I think having those senior police agencies integrated into the center had helped a lot in developing a plan. And you started.
Folks, friendly reminder to get up and stretch. You got 30 minutes. Every 30 minutes, you got to get up and stretch. Something like you got to move around. Dance to Excitable Boy, because he was just an excitable boy, right? That's what Dianne Deans said. Chief Slowly, excitable boy, man. That's how it goes.
And without had said early on that he needed.
Turning to the 16th, and I don't have much time left, and so I'll only briefly touch on the events on the 16th. Let's go to OTT 8842. This is the draft letter that I discussed with Mr. Arpin the other day. that he drafted on behalf of the mayor to explain their perspective on what occurred on February 16th. And specifically your decision to sign a contract with Mr. Turigian to replace former Chief Slowly. So if we go into the top of page 2 is the section that I'm most interested in. Just a little higher, sorry. Just the overlap between the 2 pages. Okay. So it says here, no votes were taken and no authority was delegated that would allow the chair to finalize an arrangement. Board members believe that they had mandated the chair to undertake a search for an external chief of police. Board members insist on the fact that the board chair did not seek delegated authority to execute a contract for a new chief of police. And Mr. Arpin told me the other day that this information was provided to him by some of your fellow board members. I'm just interested in your response to this information.
Well, it is absolutely 100% false. Mr. Arpin did not ask me about this. There are in-camera board minutes available that refute this. It was the authority was delegated, unanimously delegated. And Mr. Arpin discussing this issue with board members, frankly, was putting them in a conflict of the code of conduct because this was in-camera information not to be shared. So it's wrong. He should not have been asking them about this in-camera meeting. And I mean, if a member of the board, and I wish perhaps you had asked who, but if a member of the board did provide that information, I would suggest to you that it was probably a board member that does not have a lot of governance experience and perhaps did not understand delegated authority. But it was a unanimous vote of the board.
Mr. Arpin and his testimony the other day in the mayor's witness statement say that you told the mayor on the morning of February 16th that you wouldn't sign the contract with the new chief without his approval, and that you then did it anyways later that day, and that's when he lost faith in you. Did you tell the mayor that morning that you would not sign the contract without his approval?
No.
What did you tell the mayor?
I had a conversation with the mayor. I told him that the board had come to a decision to hire a new chief, Matt Turigian, and that I would be signing a contract that afternoon. The mayor expressed his concern. I think from a place of not fully understanding all of the internal issues that the board was aware of, but nonetheless, he is the mayor of the city, and I provided that information in advance of the announcement to him out of respect for the office of the mayor of the city. I said to the mayor, if you are telling me not to sign that contract, then I will go back to the board. But the board decision had been made. Let's be clear. The board had, that was done. And I said, if you are telling me not to sign the contract, I will go back to the board. But the mayor.
Yeah, Mike, she actually was let go. She was let go that day, I believe. Well, basically, the mayor said they lost confidence in her, and then she stepped down, I believe, the 15th-ish, thereabouts, because they were in the process of hiring a new chief to fix, because Peter Slowly was accused of being a dictator or something, yelling at people in the hallways and sending people home for a couple days. I don't know what this is, man. This is just a bureaucratic quagmire.
Heard some testimony in the last couple of days that when I was asking about the council looking to constructively dismiss Chief Slowly, they were also looking to unseat me as chair of the board. And I was aware of that, asked them about it, and they said they didn't know. But nothing comes to the floor of council without the mayor's knowledge and consent. So it was pretty clear to me that that was the event that was unfolding. As soon as I left that room, the phone call started to set up the votes to unseat me. And a member of the media, I recognize it's hearsay, but it's a member of the media that I hold in high regard, that told me that it was the mayor's office that leaked the information about the hiring of Matt Tarigian. And the problem with the leaking of that information was that it created, in my estimation, a false narrative about the hiring of a new chief. I mean, they were suggesting to the public that we had abandoned our own process. We didn't go through, the normal process. And this was a short-term hiring designed to shore up the senior command. We were flying with one wing in our senior command. Senior command normally has 2 deputies, a chief, and a CEO. We'd hired a brand new CEO. We had one of our deputies was suspended from the service. Our chief had just resigned. We were bare bones senior command in the middle of our biggest crisis ever. And so there were a number of considerations that the board had made in coming to the conclusion that it was in the best interest of the police service and our citizens to go outside. One was to shore up the senior command, to give the resources. Frankly, one was to protect Deputy Chief Bell, because in my estimation at the time, anybody that was going to assume that role, if it didn't come to a positive conclusion quickly, was probably going to, take some of the criticism for it. It might, and I would have expected that he would, in all probability, be a prime candidate to be our next chief. And I didn't want to damage Steve Bell through this process. And frankly, we were looking for more depth of experience in these types of issues than we had internal to OPS at the time. And it was basically those 3 reasons that said, okay, we need to shore up our senior command, we need to get more help from the right people, and we need to protect Deputy Chief Bell. And it was for that reason that we thought hiring someone on an interim basis from outside the service
So basically what she's saying is to protect Steve Bell, read between the lines, they're going to hire some poor schmuck from somewhere else, bring him into this situation, do the ugly deeds, let him take the negative public fall for it wherever that might be, and then let Steve Bell ascend unobstructed. That's what it sounds like to me.
Your assistant made an audio recording of this conversation with the mayor?
She did.
And that recording was disclosed to Commission Council this morning?
It was.
Just hold on a moment.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have a concern. We received a copy of that audio recording 10 minutes or 13 minutes, I believe, before the hearing commenced.
Council is now interrupting
I was
proceedings,
surprised
hearings are getting more
that
interested.
it had not been disclosed previously. The Ottawa Police Board disclosed a number of other documents. It was clearly something that they believed was relevant. It was not put to Mayor Watson yesterday. And I guess what I'm concerned about is the integrity of the process when we get these kinds of things 10 minutes before a witness is about to testify. I need to obtain instructions with respect to this. I have not been able to do so. And I guess what I worry about is what else is not being disclosed, or what are we going to see after witnesses have already testified? It's unfair to Mayor Watson. And it's unfair to the process, quite frankly, to have this kind of recording come up 10 minutes before the witness testifies.
Okay, well, thank you for the comments. Firstly, as you, I think was noted, is you received it maybe 2 minutes after the commission received it. So it's not a question of the commission, it's a question of the documentation coming in. I think it's been generally explained why it was not produced, but I think that could be explored further. I do share, obviously the commission shares the concern about fairness. Fairness is fundamental to this process. So if there are fairness issues, I will entertain them, whether that's required or not at this stage. I don't know, and nor do you, I gather, because you don't have instructions. So what I'd suggest is that we explore a little further why this wasn't produced so that the record is clear at a minimum. And then once you get instructions, we'll see where we go from there.
Yes, that's fine. I think I'm the first person to cross-examine, so I'd like to get those instructions before. And I just want to make clear, I wasn't suggesting that the commission hadn't disclosed it. I appreciate that they only just received it as well. My concern was it hadn't been disclosed.
I think your concern was clear. I understand it. I was simply putting for the record that, and the reality is, and I think it was clearly put in my original statement, is that, you know, we are pressed for time. So are all the parties. But first, let's start why this was late disclosure. I think that's important it be on the record, and maybe that can be explored briefly. And if it's any comfort, you're not the first on the list to cross-examine, so you'll have the opportunity to get more time on that. And but be assured, the commission is concerned to the degree that we want to be fair, and not knowing what's in the recording, me either, I'm not in any position to say much more. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I think the commissioner framed the question. Can you tell us why the disclosure occurred this morning?
Sure. So when I provided documentation to the commission, I might be a technological midget. I don't know a lot about getting all of this stuff off my telephone. So effectively, or off my devices. So I handed over my devices to the city to take whatever they wanted from any of this. And then yesterday when I was listening to the mayor's testimony on this point, because in my estimation, it was quite inaccurate, I sent a message to my former assistant, who is now on a leave of absence from my office, but I said, did they get that document? And she said, no, because it was on my phone, not your phone. And so Mayor Watson is aware of the existence of this recording because I had shared it with the city's integrity commissioner. So I sent a message to the city's integrity commissioner yesterday and asked if that recording was still in her possession, and it was, and she sent it to me. So I disclosed it this morning to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think that's helpful, I assume, for your getting instructions in terms of the process and the fairness issue. And we can deal with it after lunch if there's follow-up on that.
Mr. Commissioner, would it be appropriate for me just to state for the record the document ID for
yes,
that audio?
go ahead.
So it's POE, and I don't need anyone to bring this up, POE.OPB 701.
Okay.
I have two short questions before I wrap up.
Yeah, you're going to have to make it quick.
Yes, they'll be very quick. You were the chair of the OPSB for one day after Chief Slowly's resignation. Did you notice any change in that short time?
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
There's another objection. Go
No,
ahead.
my only concern is now that we have assigned it a number, my understanding was that it would then be an exhibit at the hearing. And I would ask that, if my understanding of the rule is correct, then I would ask that we defer making it an exhibit at this time, at least so that we can get instructions and speak to that issue.
Mr. Commissioner, Eric Bruce, Commission Counsel, that's fine. Mr. Majakowski is correct. Typically, when we refer to a document ID, it is made an exhibit. Those are the rules we've set up, but in the circumstances where there may be objections and you haven't ruled on the sort of admissibility, I think my colleague was just reading it out for the benefit of counsel in the room, and it won't be marked an exhibit until we've dealt with its admissibility after lunch.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
In that one day, did you notice any changes?
Yes. We saw a lot more detail around the plan.
Thank you. And did the board ever consider making a request? I understand under Section 9(5) of the Police Services Act, there can be a request by the board for the OPP to provide assistance. Did the board ever consider making such a request?
I don't recall.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, so we have a little bit more time. The first to cross-examine, I think, is the counsel for the former chief, Mr. Slowly.
Good afternoon, Councillor Deans and Commissioner. I'm Rebecca Jones, and I am part of the council team for Chief Peter Slowly.
He has a whole council
I will not
team
be able
here
to
for
complete
this.
my examination of
The
you,
one
Councillor
guy
Deans,
who has all
before
these
the lunch
people
break,
for him.
but why don't we get started, and then we can come back after the break. So I'm going to start with the hiring of Chief Slowly by the board. Councillor Deans, after you were appointed to the board in January 2019, part of your important work was to hire the new chief.
Correct.
Okay. And Chief Slowly was recruited and asked to apply for the position?
He was.
And he had been a deputy chief in the Toronto Police Service for many years?
Correct.
And he was known as a national police leader at the time?
He was.
Okay. And one of the areas he was particularly known for was his progressive community-based approach to policing, right?
Right.
And that is exactly what the Police Services Board was looking for, right?
That's correct.
At the time that Chief Slowly was hired, the Ottawa Police Service was facing a lot of challenges.
Yes.
Okay. And they were facing challenges both in their relationship with the community and in particular racialized members of the community.
Yes.
Okay. And the Police Services Board was also facing challenges internally within the police service.
Yes.
Okay. And there had been audits done of these issues within the police service, correct?
Correct.
And there was very low morale.
Yes.
And there was very low morale among racialized members of the police service in particular.
Yes.
And when Chief Slowly came in to the city, he was given a change mandate, right?
He was, yes.
And not everyone was happy about that. And you've talked about that, right?
Right.
Okay. And the police association wasn't happy about that?
No.
Okay. You agree with me?
I do.
Okay. Chief Slowly was not their preferred candidate?
Well, I don't think so, but I had the impression that the police association would have liked to choose their own candidate. I don't think they were pleased with who our second choice would have been either. From messages that were sent my way, I don't know if initially how much information or knowledge they had of Chief Slowly, but I can tell you that the honeymoon was short-lived.
Right. And part of the reason the honeymoon was short-lived was because Chief Slowly published an op-ed after a black motorist was stopped by the Ottawa Police Service, correct?
Don't recall the details of that, but I'll take you
Okay.
at your word.
You won't disagree with me that the
So this is Peter Slowly's counsel, Rebecca Jones, who's part of former Ottawa Police Chief Peter Slowly's defense team here at the commission, which is very strange that he has that, but it is what it is, right?
the chief before the convoy arrived. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you've talked about Chief Slowly and his deputy chiefs briefing the board before the convoy arrived on January 26th, right?
Right.
And you made a statement at that board meeting about the importance of the right to protest, right?
Yes. Yes.
And it was important to do that because Ottawa is the capital region, right?
Right. And I happen to believe in the right to protest. I've participated in some of those protests.
Right. And the citizens of Ottawa are very respectful of the right to protest.
Yes.
Okay. And so you talked about the priorities for this protest that you had and that the police service had, right? And the priorities were shared, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those priorities were to provide a space for protest and to protect the right to protest.
Yes.
But to ensure that this protest happened without any loss of life or serious injury.
Correct.
And that, of course, is what happened, right?
It is.
Okay. So you also gave evidence about the information that you had available to you from Chief Slowly. And we've heard a lot about Chief Slowly this morning, haven't we?
We have.
And Chief Slowly wasn't operating on his own, was he?
What do you mean?
He had a command team, right?
He did.
Okay. And Acting Chief Ferguson was in charge of operations. You knew that?
Yes.
Okay. And Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, I should have said, and Deputy Chief Bell was in charge of intelligence.
Yes.
Okay. And this is a team effort, of course, but led by the chief.
Right.
Now, you talked about the information that you were provided, and Commission Counsel showed you a snippet of a situational report. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And that situational report referred to the fact that certain people were saying they weren't leaving until whatever demand was met, right?
Right.
Okay. And your expectation, though, for your police service, for Chief Slowly, for the head of the intelligence effort, Deputy Chief Bell, would be that they would take all of the intelligence into account, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't have access to all of the intelligence. You rely on them for that.
I didn't have access to any of the intelligence.
Well, let me ask you about that, because a lot has been made about that today. You understand, Councillor Deans, in your role as the chair of the board, that you are not provided with intelligence reports.
Yes.
Okay. You hadn't been provided with intelligence reports in the past either, correct?
Correct.
And the reason for that is because intelligence reports are highly confidential.
Right.
And if we actually look at the Hendon reports, which we can do now or after lunch, we'll see that on each page of the Hendon reports, which came from the OPP, it specifically states that they are not to be shared. Okay, is that fair?
Makes sense.
Okay, it makes sense. So when we're talking about what intelligence reports, and you didn't see the intelligence reports, you said you relied on Chief Slowly for telling you that that was normal, right?
Correct.
But you also knew, based on your own experience, that intelligence reports are not given to the board, right?
Right.
Okay.
I think what I was saying is we relied on Chief Slowly to provide us that information.
The information he could provide.
Right.
Legally.
Right.
Operationally.
Right.
Okay. So if we can put up a document now, please. It's OPP 1024. just referred to Project Hendon reports, and this is an example of one, Councillor Deans. And if you scroll down to the bottom of the page, you'll see the reference to the third-party rule, and that's a rule that when one intelligence agency shares information with another, that agency they're not to share it outside of the police service, right?
Right.
Okay. And if we can go to page 4, please. Here we see, actually, if you
Don't forget to move around. Don't forget to move around. This is agonizingly boring. Dacey's got the right idea.
although the stated intent of some convoy participants is to remain at Parliament Hill until the convoy rescinds all COVID-19 related restrictions and mandates, this goal is likely to prove unrealistic in the long term, right?
Until the government rescinds all COVID restrictions, not the convoy, but yeah.
The government, thank you.
You're
Until
welcome.
the government rescinds all COVID restrictions. And then, but says, you know, even a small number remaining would be disruptive, right?
Right.
And this is actually the information that you obtained from the Ottawa Police Service, that the expectation was that people would leave, but there could be some people that hung on, right?
That was much more the information that we were getting.
Right, so you agree with me.
I don't know how much I really understood the part about there would be some hangers on, but I guess there's always some hangers on, so.
Right, because we've heard that Ottawa has 99 or 100 protests a year, and it's very common for there to be some people that hang on at the end of a protest, right?
Well, we would hope to enjoy what Ottawa has to offer, not to continue the protest.
Right, but sometimes they're there to continue the protest, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Okay. And so this information that the goal to remain in any numbers was unrealistic, this is the kind of information that you would expect the OPS to put together with all the rest of the intelligence information to share their assessment with the board, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down now. And Mr. Commissioner, I don't know the time, but if this is a convenient time for the lunch break.
We certainly can. It's a little early, but if it's a good time for you, we'll take the lunch break and come back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Boom. And you're live.
Oh, hey, can you hear me, John?
Yep.
Okay, I can't hear you as good as I could hear the commission for some reason, but
It's probably because I'm quiet, because I'm not talking on the same system here.
oh yeah, you're calm today. I don't have my headset on anymore. It died.
Okay, how's that? Hello?
Hey,
Can't
yeah,
hear
that's
me,
all right. That's all right.
Okay, well,
So, I was in and out throughout the morning. Seems like, man, the blame game and the like incompetence on display here, like a lot of blame,
it's agonizing me to sit through this. It's torture.
Doesn't
in pain.
seem to me like that was the point of this whole thing, right? It's not to bring on every City of Ottawa official from every various department to turn around and blame the other department.
That's pretty much what it's going to be.
Well, and then, but to what end? I mean, how does that establish whether or not the Emergency Act is required?
It's not going to establish that. It's not going to make a determinative statement.
No, I know that. I know that. But I mean, as far as even a fact-finding mission.
And say, this is what it is. So they're literally
Yeah.
going to say, you know, at least they're not telling us what Bob had for lunch on Tuesday. I mean, they basically are, but.
Making all the parties involved look terrible.
They were uncoordinated, and they still don't get it. They just don't understand that how hurt people were. They don't understand it, and they don't really care, to be frank with you. They don't care how hurt people were. They don't care what people had to endure. Can anyone hear?
Yeah.
Okay. They just don't care, right? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
and I mean the blame, like for the is she the head of the police services, like the oversight committee, right?
She was, yes, she was the head of the Police Services Board for the city of Ottawa as a member of the city council, but that was a special portfolio that she had. And they're the civilian organization who oversees the chief of the Ottawa Police Service and in theory, the Ottawa Police Service itself. However, operational and policing day to day and hour to hour and operation to operation.
Yeah, it's the oversight body. So I guess
yeah, they are in that
we
regard.
can kind of glean what that means. So
They
yesterday
hire
we
and
had
fire the chief and so on. She
yeah.
was
So
the chair of that.
yesterday, sorry.
So I think I think her term ended on the 15th of February, somewhere either the 14th, the 15th, or the 16th. And Peter Slowly his term ended one day before hers, as we heard.
Yeah. Okay. So the gentleman that was testifying yesterday was emergency services in charge of bylaw and fire, and now we have the person in charge of, the oversight body. I did happen to come on when I heard that term insurrection dropped from her.
Yeah, so she was using that to describe. So I'll just go over my notes.
Yeah,
so
that would be helpful.
uses the word insurrection to describe a conflict between city councillors concerning a motion asking Slowly to resign. She said that basically there was an insurrection within the Ottawa Police Service against Slowly's leadership. And people were saying that it was an insurrection because they were against him, and he was yelling in the halls. And the CBC was actually the one who apparently came to Dianne Deans with this. The CBC was going to drop a story, so their executive editor or some other person went to Deans and said, "Listen, this is what's happening. We're dropping a story. People are saying that Chief Slowly's out of control. He's a dictator. He's yelling in the hallways. He's sending people home for a couple of days." Like, it's just, but the way that they've used the word insurrection to describe both, she also used the word to describe the mayor's clique turning on him, Mayor Watson's clique, saying that, any move, that there was some resistance to some of the things he was bringing to council, and she described that as an insurrection. She described the turmoil within the Ottawa Police as an insurrection. It's important to understand how loosely these people use words and how that impacts, what they actually mean.
Yeah.
It's not an insurrection.
If everything's an insurrection, nothing's an insurrection. These words matter and the definitions matter. And, with how much emotion and how separated these sides are, to be throwing around terms like that willy-nilly at all, actually, is an issue. To be throwing them around and accusing or implying that there was actual insurrections going on in the police, like that's absolutely, it's reckless.
I hear what you're saying.
It's reckless. Yeah, it's reckless.
And it's very to use the language, and then it's also important to remember that they use language like this so loosely when they talk about the demonstration being an occupation. They use these words like they're candy, and they don't consider the ramifications of them.
Yes, exactly. So the same term they're using to say insurrection. Clearly, in none of these cases was there an insurrection. What else have you got in your notes?
Let me go over my notes. So I'll go through them all, and then we could comment on them. So Peter Slowly asked Dianne Deans, "What are you so worried about, really?" When the protest was coming, because she was watching it on the media, I guess, and seeing that it was gaining steam. And Peter Slowly, in her testimony, said that he thought it was really going to go away. So that was a big point of contention. She said that people were causing havoc, honking horns, partying on Parliament Hill. She said that they were thinking of bringing in the army at one point, sometime before February 10th, as a possible option to bring in the army.
Did she know that is not a possible option? Clearly not. She should.
I don't understand the context of that request, but that's something that she said. Dianne Deans doesn't really know how many police were where. Police changed from 10 to 12-hour shifts. Too much oversight and bureaucracy seems to be a roadblock. That's my comment. I'll just clarify that. Dianne Deans mentioning foreign phone calls. So again, we're talking about foreign phone calls coming in. So she said that foreign phone calls were coming to her office from out of country, threatening her, murder threats, death threats against her and her staff. She said that it was so bad she actually had to send one of her staffers home, the person manning the phone. And again, this could be anyone for any reason, trying to make narratives, trying to push things one way or the other. There's no evidence of these things and of these motives for these things or who the perpetrators are. It could have been anyone. She mentioned for how do you say that? Farfada?
Farfada.
That was mentioned again. So she mentioned the installation. She didn't mention them by name, but she mentioned the installation at Rideau Sussex. So this is now what, the fourth person to testify about the Rideau Sussex intersection. There's certainly a narrative building at Rideau Sussex that I'm sure that one of the prime justifications will be brought out from there, from the Rideau Sussex. She said that she said that based on the testimony she was hearing in the commission, the city seemed privy to a lot more information than the Police Services Board, and that in hindsight, watching the commission, it's very frustrating. And then I comment again, Deans and all other witnesses are completely uninterested in what actually caused the convoy. The lack of a voice in their government. It's just all about the bureaucracy of resolving this, getting it out of the way, and continuing life at the status quo and hurting everyone. Dianne Deans talked about the mayor's clique, very supportive of his agendas, but then again, used the word insurrection to describe a turmoil within it. Used the word insurrection to describe a conflict between city councillors concerning a motion asking Slowly to resign. CBC called Deans to tell her that a story about Slowly acting like a dictator inside of OPS gave her information about people being sent home and other things she, as chair of PSB, did not know, as the Police Services Board. So somebody at the CBC had all this information and came forward with complaints that people were saying Slowly was a, quote, dictator because he was yelling at people in the halls of the Ottawa Police Service, and sent acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, who I believe is testifying today, sent her home at one point for some reason. The Ottawa Police Services Board concluded they didn't have the authority to remove the chief, could suspend him. That's really weird because their mandate is to hire and fire chiefs. I don't understand it. Dianne Deans wanted to. So another really interesting comment, and this is the last one I really have because it got so boring. Dianne Deans wanted to protect Steve Bell. She mentioned that she wanted, because there was an exchange about how the new chief was being selected, and she mentioned protecting Steve Bell. And that they were bringing in third parties, and I assumed from the context of the testimony that she meant to protect him from any kind of political fallout that might have happened from the police action. And therefore, that they could bring in a fall person to, from what the way that I might be taking this out of context. I really don't think I am, but she did specifically said protect Steve Bell. She used that language. What else could she be saying? You know, by saying that, and then they were talking about in the context of that statement, and I think she said it more than once, protecting Steve Bell. In the context of that statement, she was talking about bringing in chiefs from out of jurisdiction, assumedly from the context and the use of the word protect, to protect from any potential fallout that might impact a future career trajectory. And in that case, it's difficult. So that's all I have for today from the notes.
That's quite interesting. I caught a bit of that too, and I listened to you when you made that comment. That's a really interesting thing, actually. And it would make sense. I mean, if Steve Bell was someone, Steve Bell was someone that they were thinking would be the chief then afterwards. So bring in someone that's going to be in charge, to get rid of Slowly, bring in someone that's going to be in charge during all of this craziness. And that's somebody that can be they'd be out of here, right? And then acting Chief Bell would step up, type of thing. And that would probably be someone that maybe that she aligns with politically then, perhaps.
I hear you. That's
quite interesting. So the police officers, Ottawa Police Officers Association, I believe it is. I don't know if you can search them up on YouTube. But they released a video yesterday. I guess in response to the testimony from Catherine McKenney. And
Spacey Daisy, what do you think about that?
They called her out hard.
Can we take an excerpt from that?
Yeah, it's about a 3-minute clip. I don't have it,
but video here. If you can send the link to me, is it on YouTube or Facebook?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's Ottawa Police. So I believe it's Ottawa Police Association, Police Officers Association, whatever. It's like the union type thing.
Okay.
I can find it. I have it on. Hold on. I may have it here. I gotta look back though. Just give me a minute.
Yeah, if you could just send that to me, we'll play that up here. I'd love to play that here, and we can watch that and comment on it. It's hard. It's hard to just continuously perpetuate yourself. The inertia sometimes isn't there. There's a lot of stressful things happening in the background too. That's not part of the conversation, personally and extra personally. So, anyways, that was my summary of the assessment here.
That was a pretty good summary, I think.
Did Steve Bell resign? No.
I'm getting closer.
I don't think he did. I think that's a historic article. I don't think he did that. We're going to get it. So you're sending me.
Hey, here we go. Yeah, okay, I found it. Just give me 2 seconds.
Is this gonna? What platform is this going to be on?
Ottawa Police Association YouTube. So,
okay,
if
perfect.
You
YouTube's great.
What's that?
That's great. Let me just try to load this up.
So I can search it here too.
Association. Okay, yeah, they did make a statement.
Yeah.
Okay,
so that's the thing.
Is it the Ottawa Police? No, it's
not.
It's
about 3 minutes,
website.
and it's pretty detailed. So it'll speak for itself.
I see the CBC. I don't see the association saying that. Oh, October 18th. I see it. Let's load
Should be
this.
the last video they had. It's about 3 minutes long.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. All right, chat. Let's watch this. Let's see what the Ottawa Police Services Union has to say about all of this.
Turn my camera off. Back here.
Yeah, let's see.
My name is Brian Samuel. I am a 29-year veteran of the Ottawa Police Service, now serving as interim president of the Ottawa Police Association. The Ottawa Police Association counts over 2,000 uniformed and civilian members that make up the Ottawa Police Service. We are your neighbors, family, and friends that work 24/7 to keep Ottawa safe. Ottawa will elect a new mayor and council in just 6 days. The Ottawa Police Association will not offer an endorsement of any one candidate or series of candidates. Our members respect the democratic process. Earlier this month, the Ottawa Police Association proactively shared 4 questions for mayoral candidates to answer on budget, staffing, overall support for police, and for respecting the law. The Ottawa Police Association is grateful to the 7 candidates who embraced the opportunity to share their views for our 2,000+ members. But we are disappointed that 7 candidates chose not to respond. Our biggest concern is that among those candidates who did not reply included some who have a long history of public policy positions and public statements that must be denounced and further characterized for what they are, as inflammatory, for reflecting significant misunderstanding on the candidate's part, and if acted upon or implemented, would place our members at risk and would weaken public safety in the City of Ottawa. Mayoral candidate Catherine McKenney was among the 7 candidates who chose not to reply to our mayoral survey. Furthermore, they have not attempted to engage in any form of dialogue with the Ottawa Police Association. Catherine McKenney has an extensive history of using harmful and misleading rhetoric against police officers. They have a voting record at council supporting proposals that would defund police. Catherine McKenney's support for the Ottawa Coalition for a People's Budget would lead to the effective withdrawal of police from responding to over 400,000 calls for service by Ottawa residents, all at a time when property and violent crime are increasing. Further, Catherine McKenney has supported incorrect statements and dangerous stereotypes about police. Support of any attempts to characterize Ottawa Police Association members as abusive, racist, and violent are not only wrong, but do not align with the record of millions of calls for service over decades that have been handled with diligence and professionalism by our members. When you are in a position of authority and trust, like the mayor, language matters and leadership matters. Both have consequences for our members and Ottawa residents. I will close with the same message with which I began. The Ottawa Police Association will work as a productive and willing partner with whomever is elected as Mayor of Ottawa. Our members respect the democratic process. We trust Ottawa voters will vest their faith in a candidate whose motives and history reflect a commitment to keep you safe and to support our members doing their jobs. Ottawa is worth protecting. Thank you on behalf of all of us at the Ottawa Police Association.
Prime Minister, the military is more than 12,000.
Before we start. So there you have a statement from Ottawa Police Association regarding Catherine McKenney. John, you with us?
Hold the fort down here for a second there, Daisy. I gotta go do something real quick.
I lost my audio. I got to jump out and back in. Okay, so I've got another video queued up here. We'll play while John waits. So there's been a lot of testimony about restaurants, businesses in the downtown Ottawa area, in the downtown core, having to close because of the convoy. When in fact, in my opinion, it would not. That's not the case at all. The media was telling people to be scared. There was calls made to businesses. So this is a person in local Ottawa business. We'll let it here. I'll just play it and then we can speak to it after.
Freedom Convoy Truth.
The first Saturday happened, and then the media came out early Sunday morning saying that you should be scared of the protesters, that businesses should close. The government actually told us, don't open your business, don't go downtown if at all possible unless you absolutely need to. Be cautious, be careful. I go to the University of Ottawa. They said, don't commute to class if you feel unsafe or whatever. Crazy, but I know that we're just parents. I know that. I know you're churchgoers. I know. You guys are.
So they basically created the fear.
They did, because there was no fear, and if we hadn't been open on that Saturday, I don't know what I would have believed, because I wouldn't have seen it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So maybe I would have become like anyone else who just was like, "Wow, this is crazy." But since we were here, I saw it with my own eyes, and I said, "That's wrong. That's a lie." I know what it is.
We're just here. It's what this protest really is all about. It's not about vaccines. It's not about the virus. It's about choice. It's about personal autonomy. It's about personal
and
choice.
It's a lot about community. That's what I've seen. Because you guys love support community.
So did your mind change then that first weekend?
Well, yeah, I just didn't know what to expect, and then. Well, I mean, I'm originally from Alberta, so I know lots of these people, because I know that's where most of the movement started, was actually in Alberta, and then they did show up a week later because they were coming out here. Yeah. And I see so many Alberta plays, and it makes me happy to see that. So initially I wanted to see what was happening, and then I saw it for myself, and I knew that I can't believe anything that was told, and I need to base it solely off of what I see, and I've seen nothing but good.
So there you have an employee at a shop in the downtown area that was there during the protest, and that's a very different story than the one we've been getting from testimony so far. We tried to say that businesses were shut down for 2 years, off and on for 2 years. The businesses in the downtown core of Ottawa, everything basically was still shut down when this Freedom Convoy arrived. And they were scheduling or trying to start reopening after that first weekend. So they've been closed. They were closed. And a lot of people were told to be fearful, to be scared, to not open. But that was what people were telling them to do. It wasn't what was necessarily the reality on the ground. In fact, it wasn't the reality on the ground at all. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. All right. Okay. Got me straight. Almost. I'm still holding this. Okay. I can't find it. I think I'm under control. Okay, so.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that, folks. I know that Daisy's kind of lagging out there. It's just, oh.
You trying to come back in to get my audio and video redone.
I don't know what's going on with you, Daisy, but That's a wild connection you have there. So just a quick heads up, guys, at closer to 12 o'clock, we will be resetting the stream. We won't be gone very long. As soon as they come back, we'll be starting part 2 of the stream. We just have to do that due to time limits on certain platforms have time limits. So we have to make sure to be vigilant about that. All right, so that's the objective here. Woo. Sorry. So I'm just working on this real quick. All right, Daisy will be coming right back in. You know what? Trudeau had spoke today about the military and recruitment. Let's see what he had to say about that. Really, I want to see what he has to say about that.
I just want to say how pleased we are that we're able to move forward quickly on the GST credit that's going to help.
I can't handle seeing him. He's talking about the GST credit
across this country.
You know the thing that where they give you your money back that you spent and act like they're giving you something you didn't have that they didn't take from you?
Families with kids, support on dental, and low-income renters support with their rental costs. And unfortunately, the Conservatives are not only not supporting dental and rental, but they're actually actively blocking it in the House. If any parliamentarian is concerned about the rising cost of living, about supporting those who need it most, we need to see the Conservatives stop obstructing dental and rental and be there for kids from low-income families who need dental care. On est très content de pouvoir avancer sur l'aide à 11 millions de familles avec le retour de la TPS. Ça avance très vite. Mais la réalité, c'est que les conservateurs continuent à bloquer l'aide qu'on envoie aux familles à faible revenu pour l'aide dentaire et à des locataires à faible revenu. Si les gens veulent vraiment aider les familles qui en ont besoin, si les conservateurs être là pour les Canadiens, il faut qu'ils arrêtent de bloquer ce projet de loi et le laisser passer ou bien même l'appuyer comme ils ont appuyé la crise de la TPS. I sat down with the CDS yesterday to have a conversation exactly about this. We recognize how important it is to ensure that our military, that women and men who serve have the support they need. We've been working on recruitment. We've been working closely with the CDS. There's no question that with more extreme weather events across the country, with a more unstable geopolitical world, there is going to be a need for Canadians to engage, and we need to make sure that the military has the support it needs. Vous savez, j'ai passé beaucoup de mois et de semaines maintenant à parler avec des Canadiens qui sont inquiets pour l'avenir, qui sont inquiets pour le coût de la vie, qui sont inquiets avec les taux d'intérêt qui augmentent. Nous, on est en train de faire tout ce qu'on peut pour les aider. C'est pour ça, d'ailleurs, que les familles à faible revenu qui méritent d'avoir de l'aide pour les soins dentaires pour leurs enfants, méritent d'avoir un parti conservateur qui est là. On s'attend à être là pour les familles qui en ont besoin, quelles que soient les circonstances.
Okay, well, that's the gist of that. So he's basically trying to give people money back that they took from people, and they're trying to recruit people because the Canadian Armed Forces has abysmal recruitment numbers right now. They can't really get anyone to join for some reason or the other. Well, we know really what that is about, so. That's what it is, really. So we'll go live exclusively there. Daisy, you'll get the exclusive YouTube action for this next segment. Daisy is in the woods for some reason. I think he lives there in the woods. So life is difficult for Daisy. He lives in the woods. You heard it here first. He lives on the woods. Lives in the woods, on the woods, in the woods, with his friends, the wood people. They live in the woods. They make mischief. Oh my God. Okay, so. Just working on this. Everybody, play a song that you like. I can't play it for you, but you know, load up a song and listen to it. And yes, going 9 hours a day on streams every day is a lot, especially filling in the dead time, especially when the co-host is in the woods somewhere. You know, it's all very difficult. I like a song called, the song's called Safety Mask. I like it. Brian Dirksen dances it too really well. Oh, crap. I'm going to have to put it on here. I'm just typing some stuff out, and it's also the lunch break, so maybe do that. If you consume sustenance, if that's a thing of yours to do. No, not Safety Dance. I don't want that song. I want the other song. There we go. That's the song I want. It's snowing where you are, Patty? Where are you? What province is it snowing in? He's in the woods cutting down trees for winter. I wish he was doing something that productive. Da-na-na, da-na-na-na. Oh, Sault Ste. Marie, the Sioux? Let me just check the weather for today. I know it was around freezing. Okay, now it's up to 9. No snow coming here. It's you're getting that lake effect, eh, in the Sioux? Call us in. Tell us about it. There's a number right there. I don't think there's a toll to that. I don't believe that's a tolled number. You should be able to call that. I believe. Hello? Is that Daisy coming in? Oh, right, the thing was telling me it was dying. Into the charging port it goes. Let's see what else we can queue up here, just to take a second or two away. I like this one.
I'm back.
Your conscience is protected today.
Gotta press the button about 6 times. There we go. That was a really short video.
Freedom George, coming through.
Mayor Watson, let me.
Decided to claim. Decided.
3 days after Jake died.
Warming up here by the fire. Nice. So. True. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'll walk and talk, man. It's unreal. I don't really understand what the game is. Where are you guys corralling us to? Like, are you going to corral us into the suburbs? I don't understand. Like, what is this line even protecting? Like, what are you...
Charter of Rights and Freedoms is by guys.
Anyways, that was a minefield of videos there. Just Daisy didn't get the memo about music. 1 second, we'll be right back here.
What are you doing, John? please.
I'm just doing a bit of research in the background here. There's a lot of stuff to bring up and to be knowledgeable about, or to at least, you know, have.
We're gonna upload a
know
few
some
videos.
basic details. Yeah, well, all the videos you uploaded have music in them.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, I just sent you one, John, in Messenger. That's really good. If you can download and play that one. It's from when the police action just started. There's no music and it plays for a little bit.
That's a 16-minute video. I wish it was on YouTube. Oh yeah, okay, people don't want to see Trudeau's face. Yeah, sorry.
Mr. Prime Minister.
If it were not for global news, we would not have learned that the Conservative leader has been purposefully using his videos to appeal to far-right misogyny.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I condemned this organization, and I corrected the problem as soon as it became known to me, Mr. Speaker. But I condemn all forms of misogyny, including when the Prime Minister fired the very first female Indigenous Attorney General.
Just working on some stuff here, gang.
So at least something's on that music.
Decided to claim the entire video because of 12 seconds of we're not going to take it. So I'm going to talk over this and just absolutely ramble incoherencies so that whoever owns the rights to this music don't pull a little crappy thing and copyright troll bastard stealing other. I swear to you, I would work for free. I will just not work for a Warner Music Group. So let's see. I think I may have successfully talked over that. I'm going to have to go check my computer after this is over and see what the dealio is. It's very, very quiet today, so I think there's a concerted effort to stop honking the horns.
Lost my coffee. Holy shit, Steve McBride. How you doing, man?
Very good, very good.
Copyright strike, eh?
I know. I got one on Saturday.
Did you? Oh, you actually did?
I swear, they
Are you serious?
They claimed it. They claimed the video at 280,000 views. And
They're like, we're coming to kill each other on TV.
if I had a nickel for that, they did. Warner Music Group claimed it, and I tried to mute the audio.
Really?
It took YouTube 20 hours to mute the audio.
I mean, I guess it's a smart way to censor people if you're going to be that type.
Well, no, or to how's it going? Or to monetize the revolution.
Yeah.
Corporate sponsors the revolution and claims all the video of it.
Yeah. The revolution will not be televised or on YouTube, but it'll be on Facebook, maybe.
No. The revolution will be.
So you've been here quite a few days now.
This is my 5th day here.
Yeah. I saw you walking across the bridge the other day. The first day you came, I came looking for you, trying to play hockey. I came to play hockey. I saw you. I was waving the flag.
Yep. No. It was. Apparently they put the hockey. They. What do? They canceled the hockey game.
I haven't gone down yet. I almost got arrested for having a stick yesterday. After I played hockey with the kids.
Go on and explain your experience, sir.
Yeah, well, I was playing hockey in 2 intersections on Bank Street. I was just going home, walking with my stick. Like, I live in Ottawa. And you know how we have our sticks like this? Who's below the belt? We were done the game. I just walked by where the Polish community gave a flatbed of stuff away in front of St. Andrew's Church down here. And just bumped my stick. Right away, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm just going home and playing hockey. It's like, guy gets out of the car and gets a little... It's the only bad interaction I've had with the police, though. So I don't want that to sound indicative.
No, that's fine. It's fair enough. And even if it's a one-off, it's a one-off.
Yeah, it was a one-off so far.
But so you're from Ottawa, and do I understand? Do you live like in this
I'm
area?
from the Ottawa Valley, but I've been in the downtown core for about a year.
Okay,
Just
and
actually like blocks away.
Okay, so this is the question now. At night, and people, you'll write his opinion off it because he's biased, whatever.
Of course.
Have you been hearing the horns at night? People are saying
No, they've been off for nights.
The entire time?
No, the first 3 days was incessant honking.
Okay.
Or 4 days. Like, I still hear the horns in my sleep. You know when you go to the wave pool or the ocean when you're a kid?
I woke up
and
last
then I'm
night.
like, you're floating? That's what it's like with the horns.
I had that last night. I was going to that thing.
Yeah.
So the first 4 nights, incessant.
Yeah, incessant pretty much. But I mean, I was also out the whole time. And so, I mean, that was 4 days of honking for 2 years of no freedom. Like, I've literally been living in a bunker and
I really want to point out this guy's face in the background, and I want to point out this comment. So Lori Lynn, this is the 3rd day of streaming completely the entire day. We're talking about from 9:30 in the morning till as late as 7 at night. And then, so last night we did a 8 and something hour stream. Then I made my summary video at the same time. I made it actually during the stream and then I had to edit it. I had to add some stuff. And then I went on to, because a lot of people depend on the summary video because they don't have 8 or 9 hours to sit through this. And they appreciate it more than some of the text updates. It depends on the person. Some people are more audio learning than they are visual. So it's for everybody. And people are appreciating that. And then we did a live where we had some call-ins. And then we did a live with Freedom George. So by the time I'm on 4 hours, 5 hours of sleep here, they're talking about working around the clock. We're working around the clock just to add a counterbalance, a counterweight to this show here. So it takes a lot, and like to sit here for 8-9 hours and to talk the consistent through it, it's just not going to happen. Sometimes 11 hours, sometimes closer to that. So it's like it's a lot, and it's good to be able to stop. And right now, Chris isn't even here; he's out and about in the woods. So there's other things that I have to do to get all my information aligned. I'm posting updates on the social media channels. I'm making lunch. I'm doing other things. I'm being a human. So it's difficult to have constant coverage, especially as one person, because the other host has been a bit spotty today. It's not an issue of practice. I'm unprofessional. I'm not the CBC. Nobody's paying me. I'm doing this because I feel it's necessary, and because a large share of people appreciate it. And if you don't like the unpolished nature of it, then you can do whatever you want. This individual here is, I don't know. Just go ahead and block that. Perfect. All right. That's a bot. Just throwing a bunch of words together. The angel voice back. Freedom have mercy. Overwatch 1588. Man, they just throw whatever they could. All right, so we're going to go on a break for a second here. I'm just going to load this stream here. We're going to go on a break because I need to step out and do some stuff in the other room. So we'll see you later. Alligator. Hold on here. Put that in there. Put this here. And that goes. Nice. I'll just do that. You can see how many accounts I actually have in here to make this happen because of the layout of everything. It's hilarious. Actually, this would be a fantastic time to reset the live. So I'm going to end this broadcast, and we'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes as they're getting ready to pick back up. I'll see you then. Thank you so much.